Hello, and welcome to the No Copyright Fantasy Medieval Music Tavern. This old paper. Elder Scrolls Online. You know, one of those things. This is a game that I have not played in any, extensive capacity since the year 2015. Where I played it for about 51.7 hours, apparently, but I don't remember any of what that was, really. And I have since then played it for about 6.3 more hours, but that was just sort of messing around and, looking at character creation in the tutorial, I guess. So I've not really played this game in any capacity in general, and even back then I didn't get anywhere. So yeah, this will be an interesting experiment in one moment. This is effectively blind, except for doing research about, class choice and stuff beforehand. And also the ancient times of history that I don't recall. The first thing that will become apparent about the Elder Scrolls Online, very quickly, as in 0 seconds from now, is that it has a very merciless disconnection due to activity timer. Exceptionally merciless, the most merciless I know. If you are sitting on character login screen or whatever for 3 minutes, you get destroyed from orbit by, I don't know, whatever the Elder Scrolls equivalent of an orbital laser is. Okay.
To the stars. You, cease and desist. Look out, baby, here I come. Refrigerator.
I guess that's what the equivalent is.
Destroy.
I guess that's the equivalent. Anyway, here's our character who I've created in advance. Her name is Rogbesh, and she is an orc arcanist. But before we actually play, let's take a look at character creation for a second. There's a lot to go over here. In a sort of way. First of all, there's 3 alliances: the Daggerfall Covenant, the Aldmeri Dominion, and the Ebonheart Pact. Normally, the race choices here, of which there are 10, Breton, Orc, and Redguard are in the Daggerfall Covenant. High Elf, Wood Elf, and Khajiit are in the Aldmeri Dominion, and Argonian, Dark Elf, and Nord are in the Ebonheart Pact. However, I apparently have some sort of additional add-on thing that allows me to pick whatever race with whatever alliance. So I've accidentally, because I wasn't paying attention to the alliance, created the orc in the Ebonheart Pact. The alliances mostly determine your path through the original campaign of the game, which is 1 campaign out of 7 at this point. And also the side that you're on in PvP. You might notice there's the 10th race down here, Imperial. They are neutral and can naturally join any alliance. And this is because in the timeline of Elder Scrolls, this takes place first. This is 1200 years before Skyrim. And currently the Empire is the spot that everyone is fighting over. Cyrodiil, rather. And that's why the Imperials are neutral. Oh yeah, my actual Elder Scroll experience is I played some of Morrowind, I played some of Oblivion, I played some of Skyrim. Probably a lot of Skyrim, and a fair amount of Oblivion, and I guess a fair amount of Morrowind. But yeah, this is 1200 years before Skyrim. And the first game in the timeline. This takes place before every other Elder Scrolls. As far as all the race choices go, There are differences in racial skills, as there often are in Elder Scrolls games. These do matter. They're not like super important outside of the highest of the high-end content, from what I understand. But they do matter, and there are ones that are considered like high tier and low tier, more or less. I think Orc, which I've chosen, is probably like considered to be pretty okay, but not like the best. As far as damage is concerned, most people seem to think Khajiit or Dark Elf are the strongest for damage dealing. Like Nord is the best tank or something. And like, I think Breton and Argonian are the best healers? I don't know. By the way, as always with a new game, it's audio roulette. In the sense, well, not really a roulette, but we don't know if the audio is good or not. So always be prepared to give me feedback about the audio, I guess. But yeah. After, as well as those races, there's also the selection of classes. Dragon Knight, Sorcerer, Nightblade, Templar, Warden, Necromancer, and Arcanist. Arcanist is the newest one. All of these classes can basically fill all three roles of DPS, healer, and tank, is my understanding, though in different ways from each other, and some are preferred more for certain things than other ones. Dragon Knight has like dragon powers and fire and earth magic. Sorcerer has a big focus on lightning magic and Daedric summoning. Nightblade is the stealthy rogue one. Templar is the holy light one. Warden is the one with many animal friends. Necromancer summons skeletons and messes with the dead, and also has this funny warning here that's like, certain necromancer abilities are a criminal act. Like, Nightblade is the stealthy, sneaky, steely one, but they don't get that warning. But necromancer skills literally have text on them that say like, this is a crime, don't get caught. And it's funny to me. And Arcanist is the forbidden knowledge and magics of Daedric Prince. What's their name? The one that likes knowledge. You know the one. It doesn't tell me, so I don't remember. Oh, there's actually a time break? That's funny. We're going to be going with Arcanist for a number of reasons. One, they can shoot a big laser beam. That's the main reason. Two, I've learned from my research that this is one of those games where whatever is the newest thing is usually the strongest thing for a while. So, I mean, why not? Also, a big laser beam. Also, Arcanist has a funny trait with the big laser beam, where there is a control setting specifically for Arcanist only, because that laser beam, or like the laser beams that Arcanist has, are the only things that need aim assist, and there's a slider specifically for it, which is funny to me. Character design-wise, these are the sorts of options we get. You can actually have body type variety in this game. Incredible. So there's a triangle of thin, muscular, and large. There's a variety of different heights. There's a variety of different like body markings and stuff. You can have things like burn scars if you would like to. There's all these different sliders like torso size, chest size, gut size, etc., etc. A fair number of sliders, but nothing as like enormously complicated as, like, say, Street Fighter 6's character creation, because this is a fairly older game. There are no lightning-shaped scars. I guess you could probably get a burn scar from lightning, though, if I had to guess. Face has a triangle of soft, heroic, and angular. There's various voices. Yeah! They're mostly just going, etc. They all have very concerning laughs, and sometimes they say like, hooray! You know, voice acting. That's what it'd be like sometimes. Various hairstyles, age, so you can be old if you want to. You can be a very powerful grandma. Adornments, various accessories. So you can have an eye patch to go with your burn scar if you want. Head markings. And all of these various other sliders for the face, eye color, etc, etc, etc. And of course, there's also a randomize button to give you an idea of the variety that you can get. However, Rogbesh is our character. I've decided to actually make use of the body type variety, since I felt I needed more body type variety amongst my characters. So, she's got a different sort of... We can actually look at, using this token, we can look at all of her various settings. You can see that she's here in the triangle. And here in this other triangle. And so on. I think she's neat. So the only thing we're actually missing by me not creating a character on stream and going into the game that way is a single line of dialogue, which is more or less like, oh, you're awake. You're finally awake. You know the one, except it's not exactly that one. Regardless. Oh, and these other two characters are like test characters that I made basically. You can also see a horse mysteriously materialize next to me if I select Marilyn over here for a second. And then the horse is gone. It's more or less, oh, you're awake. It's a little different than that, but it's more or less that. So, the Isle of Balfiera. Here we are.
You're awake.
Oh, we get it anyway.
Thank the stars.
You're awake, thank the stars. So, you might be used to Elder Scrolls being in first person. But this game has a lot of third person functionality, like more so than usual. Though I believe I can also, yeah, there is still first person as well. I can do that if I want. We are in a prison cell because this is an Elder Scrolls game, and that's how you start an Elder Scrolls game, is by being in a prison cell. The music is very excited about this. This is a good time to ask how loud the game is compared to me. Is the audio good? We don't know yet. But we don't have a lot we can do while we're in a prison cell. There's a map. There's a menu with a billion options. There's a daily login bonus because this is an MMO. There's microtransactions, and I have some crowns left over from ancient times for some reason. I had 200, but I bought some dye kits and then like wasted some of them. There's all sorts of things. You could consume a meal if you wanted to. And I did. Meal buffs last for 2 hours apparently. At least that one does. And I don't know, there's a lot. Allow me to look at the options a little bit. See if I can find the specific ones. There's a lot. Ultimate number on or off is a very funny one out of context. I should turn some things on. These are character specific, I see. Number and percent, sure. Sure. I will appear anonymously. There's a lot of options in this game. I'm pretty sure sweet rolls do exist. There is an emote to look for a missing sweet roll specifically. You can not display chat if you want. If I do need to get a chat filter up, I can do that too. Accessibility options, it's mostly for like narrating on-screen text and whatnot. Video should be fine. Gameplay. Vibration off. Foot inverse kinematics. You know, normal things. There's going to be companions and you can make them say less words, apparently. Now here's an interesting one that I was looking for. Prevent attacking innocents. Toggle that on just in case, if you want. As this is an Elder Scrolls game, even though it is an MMO, you can still murder innocent people and steal their shit. Though you can also make it so that you can't steal. Prevent stealing placed items on. Just so you don't accidentally swipe an apple and then get destroyed. But yeah, as like the necromancer, this is a criminal act warning implies. There is crime, and you can get caught and destroyed for it. So be careful, I guess. I'm just looking. There's a million things. Chat bubbles. You can make it so that when you say things, it appears above your face. Nameplates, social. I'm mostly trying to double check for a subtitles option somewhere at this point. Oh, you can steal from stuff if you want to. You can just also disable the ability to steal stuff. I wonder if it's going to make me like switch that back on manually if I go to like Thieves Guild or whatever. Is subtitles an interface? Maybe? No. I don't think. I'm guessing maybe we. Look, there's definitely a subtitles option somewhere. I was going to say maybe we don't need it, but no, I think we... Is it an audio? NPC subtitles on. There we are. Oh, here's a fun feature. Intro music. Base game, Morrowind, Somerset, Elsewhere, Greymoor, Blackwood, High Isle, Necrom. Or default, which is whatever the current one is, which is Necrom. Why not switch it to base game so we have whatever is currently relevant, I guess. All combat music, no combat music, boss music only. And all sorts of volume sliders. Okay, we've looked at a menu. There's one other thing I want to show right now, and that's that there's a billion emotes. And the music playing emotes actually fade the music out and have like a lengthy playlist of songs that you can play on your instrument, which I think is neat. This is also vital tech because this will, if your character is doing an emote, that means you'll get auto-logged out slower. So expect Rogbash here to play the lute sometimes. Anyway, Norianwe. What's up?
There you are. On your feet. I know magical translocation can really upset the stomach. Just take a moment and get your bearings, all right?
Where am I?
The Isle of Bolfiera, home of Clan Berini. I apologize for the cramped accommodations. We pride ourselves on courtesy, but circumstances here have taken a turn for the bizarre. I needed to make sure you weren't a danger to yourself or others.
So, like I think most Elder Scrolls games, I think for the most part, almost all dialogue is going to be voiced, if not all of it. And also, it's like very readable at the same time with this big old text on the side of the screen and how the cutscenes are formatted, or the dialogue. I do appreciate that. Can you let me out?
You might not be so eager to escape once you hear what's going on. You arrive via a portal, along with a Daetric beast called Shayazel. It seized control of our golems and unleashed them on the island. If I free you, will you help me stop Shayazel?
So, the plot of this prologue is that we just sort of fall out of a portal into prison Or like we fall out of a portal and are put in a prison to make sure we're not dangerous. And also a Daedric beast shows up. And yeah, yo, you showed up with a demon. Want to help us kill it? It's worth noting that the prologue here is not the original prologue. And in fact, it was not like the original, like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 prologues. Every time they released an expansion pack, they changed the prologue quest to be tied into it. But eventually they were like, we should stop doing that. Let's just have a prologue that like goes into all of the other ones. So this is the official prologue now. And at the end of this rather short tutorial segment that you can skip when you make a character, you are, well, I guess this is a spoiler, question mark? You're put in a room with like 10 portals and it's like, where do you want to go? Because this game, also like many Elder Scrolls games before it, in release order, not chronological order, like the whole game scales with you. You can technically do any of the content in any order. However, there is a chronological order to the story that the game presents, and I will be attempting to follow that at least for now. So we are going to start with what was effectively the base game when I get to that choice. Also, hello and welcome, everyone, who I didn't say that to. Anyway, yes, set me free and I'll help.
Wise choice. Just give me a moment. There. That should unlock the door. When you're ready, follow me.
See if I remember how to zoom out the camera. There we are. So it's probably beneficial to play this game in third person with how the combat works, but we can look at first person occasionally. Actually, it does remind me, there is one thing I wanted to show with first person. They did not like skip any details with first or third person. You can play the loot in first person. First person loot action is here. All of the emotes have a first person animation. Or like similarly, the flute also has one. And so on. There's also another emote. Is that not it? Ah, it's a weird command. Lean back coin. Where you flip a coin up and down while leaning against a wall. Even this has first person animation. Also, it's silly when there's not a wall to lean against. Oh, and it might be worth noting as well that this outfit that we're wearing is in fact a set costume. Crafty Larissa's thief outfit, which is something that I apparently bought for crowns back in the day. But if we put that away, this is our we are in prison garb, I guess. But this is just a pretty good outfit that I have. So this is likely to be what Rogbesh just happens to wear. There's also a bunch of other outfits, some of which I think I bought. A lot of these I don't know why I have them. Like there's a chef outfit. There's like various like fancy armor. Some of which is pretty good. This robe is kind of cool. And you can also look at all of these other outfits that you haven't collected. Some of which are crown stores, some of which are obtained through achievements. Hello and welcome, by the way. But yeah, oh, there's also a whole system for like glamour, where you have like a saved outfit. You can make glamour out of any items you've acquired in any category, so it's not like class or armor type restricted in any way. Oh, classic Elder Scrolls feature of looking in random urns and taking valueless garbage is also here. Everyone loves that. What's up?
There you are. Free as a spring cricket. I hope you intend to keep your word. We'll need each other out there. Of that I'm certain. The name's Norianwe, by the way, of Clan Durini. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Where are we headed?
We're bound for a place called the Key Rights Gallery. But first, I need to know you can defend yourself. Hurtling through the Orbis and falling flat on your ear left you a bit scattered. Find a weapon, and we'll work out the cobwebs. Fair?
Sure, but I have some questions.
I can't promise total transparency, but I'll be as forthcoming as I can.
You mentioned a Keyrights Gallery. What is that place?
The Keyrights Gallery is an ancient substructure of Bolfiera Island, built long before my clan arrived.
Why is it called the Keyrights Gallery?
On account of all the doors. The gallery's full of ancient gates, each with some arcane connection to places in Tamriel and beyond. Once the gates came to life, rifts opened. You fell out of one of them. The Daedra, Shayazel, emerged from another.
How did you escape?
I cast an incantation of the steed, snatched you up, and fled as fast as my feet would carry me. I heard the Daedra cursing, followed by some kind of explosion, but I didn't look back. I hope the gallery is still standing.
You invoked horse. You said something about golems? What's going on here exactly?
Would it frustrate you to hear that I have no idea? We Dureni are cautious by nature, so the Isle of Bolfiera has many defenses. Magical stone guardians protect many of our sacred sites. But somehow, this Daedra found a way to turn them against us.
Can you describe the Daedra?
Ugh, do I have to? If I recall my studies correctly, I'd say it's a harvester. A huge serpentine creature that feeds on souls and magicka. If it finds a way to consume the energies of the gallery, we will be in very serious trouble.
We don't have to take every single option. I think that's enough information for this moment. So, take a weapon. There's a number of weapon classes. We've got sword and shield. We've got a great axe. So there's like one hand, shield, two hand. Healing staff, there's restoration staves. Fire staff, there's destruction staves. Daggers, there's dual wielding. And bow, there's bows. Weapons, the way skills work in this, you have 3 class skill lines, and there's also a skill line tied to each weapon type, each armor type, and the various like guilds and factions that you can join, and you can mix and match all of these skills. Having a number of different skills of one type will give you different bonuses. Each weapon type also has like passive bonuses and whatnot associated with it. Each weapon functions differently in combat in terms of what they can do, etc., etc. I'll go ahead and take everything so I can show them off a little bit, but I think I'm probably going to focus on daggers because I believe they passively give you a crit chance bonus.
Larger weapons like staves and great axes will take both hands to use. You can pair smaller weapons with a shield or another weapon of that size. The choice is yours.
So?
Yes, I think that one suits you. If you change your mind, feel free to take any other weapon you want. Now, let's find a spot to practice.
So, we'll learn a little bit more about combat shortly, but the long and short of it, you have light attacks, you have heavy attacks, you have a guard, you have an interrupt. These are you also have you can jump. I think there's a dodge. Where's the dodge? What's the dodge button? I've lost it. Well, there's a jump. We'll be taught how to dodge anyway. There's also sneaking. Because this is Elder Scrolls. You might also notice something. Can I hold on. Oh, what's this? Oh, you can mark yourself. Neat, I guess. That's the basics. We're not at the skills yet. So that's on top of all the skills. We'll get there. But, what was I... You might notice... I did take a food buff, but you might notice that the stat scaling is completely freaking out of control nonsense bonkers. I'm level 1 and I have 27,963 health. I did eat a special food that the game gave me, but still. Also, you get attribute points and you invest them in magicka, health, or stamina. My understanding is that if you're going to do stamina-based damage, you put all your points in stamina. If you're going to do magicka-based damage, you put all your points in magicka. I don't know if you ever put points into health. Maybe if you're a tank, but I don't know. So yeah, daggers. They have like quick light attacks, and well, this is their heavy attack. Most weapons work more or less this way, but they're like, it's worth like looking at all of the other ones to see the exceptions to the rule. And these aren't even all of the options. So we'll take a look. For example, Restoration Staff. You might think that's just a healing weapon, and that's because like the passives and skill line of the Restoration Staff probably are that. I don't know what the heavy attack for this does at all. Presumably it like fires a beam that requires a target. But then we've also got like Great Axe. It's pretty similar to the daggers in how it functions. Melee weapons are all like basic, same idea in terms of their basic skill set. The way light and heavy attacks work is depending on what build you're doing, they are either very unimportant or very important. So like if these don't seem that fancy, they're not really intended to be, but you can build around heavy attacks. Fire Staff. You can shoot a big fireballs or a little fireballs. This is not the good destruction staff element. That is the lightning staff. We'll get there maybe. And a bow. It's what you'd expect. And then I don't know how different sword and shield is. Presumably better at blocking, but I'll just go back to daggers. We'll get to the rest of it. It's funny, like, this much of the game is basically the extent of, well, it's almost like the extent of older Elder Scrolls combat. But we'll get there, we'll get there. There's a lockpick in this urn. Oh, I'm not taking it as a disappointment. I just wanted to make it clear that we haven't seen all of what the game has yet. And also, yeah, like, the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV are a little bit over complex to me sometimes.
Now, prepare yourself while I conjure up a dance partner.
Time to practice combat. We'll learn about the basics here.
Let's begin. Quickly now. Strike top mark.
Right trigger for light attacks.
Brilliant. Now do it again.
The combat tutorial's a bit silly.
Ready yourself. Quick, strike while it's off balance. That's the way. Well done. Protect yourself. Use your heaviest
Left
attack.
trigger to block. Enemies can be knocked off balance by being blocked or interrupted. Hitting with a heavy attack while they're off balance will be very strong.
Quickly, break free.
If you are stunned, you can spend stamina with both triggers to break free from the stun.
Unstoppable. Prepare yourself. You're every bit the warrior I thought you'd be. Now back again.
If
Now
they
press
are
your
doing
left
certain
left.
things, you can
Powerful
interrupt
strike.
them with the same button combination.
Again, hold its attack.
And then they are off balance
That
again.
was quite a blow. Interrupt now, before it strikes. When your enemy prepares an attack, strike.
I will forget to do
Interrupting their
this.
attack will set them off balance. Good. Now destroy it. Well done. Come speak with me for a moment.
And now we are level 2. Are you ready to see the funny level up screen? Claim level up rewards. Cheer, clap. I did it. And now we get to the skills. So this is the skill bar. You can assign a skill to X, Y, B, left bumper and right bumper, and then an ultimate to left bumper and right bumper at the same time. Later on, you get a second skill bar that you can swap to. And not only do you have a second skill bar, the second skill bar is tied to a completely second equipment set. Your weapon, your armor, your accessories, you can swap all of that. You can put all of that to like on the second skill bar. And when you swap skill bars, you switch your entire equipment loadout. Equipment will eventually have things like set bonuses and whatnot that makes this a big deal. So there is some degree of complexity, though a lot of it may be more in the construction of a build than in the execution. I'm not sure. Skill lines allow you to customize your combat style to fight the way you want. You can select abilities to learn more about what they do. Select ability and press A to purchase the ability. Active abilities can be slotted in your ability bar and are fired by pressing those buttons. Passive abilities are always active, granting you their benefits at all times. Ultimate abilities are the most powerful abilities and can be fired by pressing left bumper plus right bumper. So, Magicka determines how many Magicka abilities you can cast, recovers over time. The rate of recovery is increased outside of combat. Fully charged heavy attacks with the staff also restore it. Health determines the amount of damage you can take and the maximum number of healing you can receive, or the maximum amount. Recovers over time, higher rate of recovery outside of combat. Determines how many stamina abilities you can cast, as well as how often you can sprint, bash, sneak, roll dodge, and break free. Recovers over time. The rate of recovery is increased outside of combat. Fully charged heavy attacks with melee weapons or bows will restore stamina. So that is part of the role of heavy attacks and whatnot in the game's systems, which I wasn't actually aware of. But one particular common build is setting things up so that your heavy attacks are actually a major source of damage. So that's also possible. Rogbash is going to be investing primarily in stamina. There's a skills advisor, which suggests which skills you take. Currently, we have access to these skill lines, 3 for the class. Carry capacity isn't a thing. You have an inventory limit of 60 that I think you might be able to increase with microtransaction shenanigans, but I'm not sure. But there's a skill line for every weapon that unlocks like as soon as you do anything with that weapon type. And there's also 3 skill lines that are exclusive to your class. So we have the way that most class design works in this game now, beyond the 4 initial ones, is that every class has a pretty clearly defined like DPS, tank, and healer skill tree. For Arcanist, we have Herald of the Tome, which is the damage-focused one, Soldier of Apocrypha, which is the tank-focused one, and Curative Rune Forms, which is the healing-focused one. We will be taking a mixture of all of these. They are at rank 1. When you get a skill, we will start with Rune Blades. The skill also begins at rank 1. The skill will increase in rank as you fight stuff with it equipped, and that like specific skill line will also increase in rank as the skills do. And like as long as you have something unlocked, I think. We can also take a look at other skills. This is the central gimmick of the Arcanist class is that they build a resource called Crux by using some of their skills, and then they can spend Crux to do a big effect with certain other skills. In terms of damage, this will mostly be something like Fate Carver, which is the fire the big laser beam, which is the only thing with aim assist that gets its own slider. But we've also got all sorts of other stuff. And there's also these passive effects. The way some passive effects work is very interesting. There are some passive effects that only work if you have, say, a certain number of skills from that line equipped on your skill bar. For example, if you had 3 Fighters Guild skills, you would get a passive bonus. So there's also skills for that sort of thing. I don't remember if all passive abilities work like this or not, but I don't think so. But yeah, like the main reason for using 2 daggers is this over here, I think. Each dagger increases your critical chance rating. Crit chance is valuable, from what I understand. As you adventure in Tamriel, your character will acquire experience by exploring, killing monsters, and completing quests. When you acquire enough experience, you will accidentally close that window. Whoops. I was just trying to sheath my weapon. You can hold left on the D-pad to unsheath or sheath your weapon, I guess. But yeah, we have a skill now that the game doesn't show the skill bar yet because it hasn't told us about what that means.
With moves like that, the Daedra doesn't stand a chance. Yes, I'd say we're ready to set out.
Where are we headed now?
To reach the Keyride's gallery, we have to make it out of this ruin and across a wide field full of the golems I mentioned. With any luck, we'll be able to slip past them. But I'm not all that lucky, so I'm sorry in advance.
Alright, we'll head there next. What can we expect to encounter in the gallery?
Well, it begins with a door, the first of many. The only way to access the gallery is through a mysterious gateway. Once we pass through that initial door, we'll step into a huge vault. This is the part that worries me most.
Why does it worry you?
I believe Shiazel, the Daedric creature that's causing all this mischief, may have nested itself in there. So be prepared to fight.
Will dealing with Shiazel pacify the golems?
I can't say anything with certainty, but ridding the world of an otherworldly abomination can't hurt, right? Its influence might linger for a time, but the golems should return to normal before too long. Hopefully.
Well, let's go. I do think it's funny that you can just loot random urns still. Oh, there's also a sprint. That's probably important. And a jump.
One of the stray golems. We might want to slip past it.
There is stealth, which does highlight any traps, and you can then disarm them. And also hides you from enemies and NPCs and whatnot. Press right trigger to perform a sneak attack. Sneak attacks do more damage than stun, apparently. The game will tell you, like, when you can interrupt stuff sometimes, which can be helpful. Dual wield increased. The appearance of your health, stamina, and magicka bars change when there's a status effect on you, apparently. Also, wouldn't be Elder Scrolls without a lockpicking minigame. In this one, you press down on the pins until they start wiggling. This is a bonus room with many prizes within. The most important thing in here, in terms of like showing stuff off, is a lightning staff and an ice staff. But also there's armor in here. There's light, medium, and heavy armor, and they all have their own passive bonuses and skill trees. I think the skill trees are all passive. This is the medium. Medium is what I'm interested in at the moment. I think that was all medium. So we can go here. Medium. 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 You won't be able to see it because I'm wearing a costume. Once you equip 3 pieces of armor of a certain type, you get the skill line. It would be beneficial perhaps to acquire all of the skill lines as soon as possible, but I'm not too worried about it. As far as the other staves go, they do function differently. The ice staff, not too differently visually, but ice staves are actually good for tanking. The lightning staff, though, you can't see it without a target, but like the restoration staff, presumably, it will channel a destructive beam for a while that then explodes for big damage. In any character build centered around the heavy attack, the lightning staff is often the preferred weapon. It is quite strong. I will demonstrate when possible. Also, it's not letting me actually use my skills yet.
Let's hurry.
This is where we learn sprint. You can run fast. That's it. It also costs stamina as you sprint, of course.
Right. The entrance to the Keyride's gallery should be east of here. Let's set out.
Norianwe, by the way, is using a restoration staff. The compass. A classic of Elder Scroll. You can also change camera perspectives, as previously mentioned. But that's what Lightning Staff does. Left trigger plus A is dodge. Dodging takes a fair chunk of stamina, but it is important. Go back to daggers. But yeah, we have skills now. The skill bar is here. Up is, I believe, a button for potion, but yeah. This is our first skill. As you can see, we have summoned triangles. These are the crux stacks. You can get up to 3. We don't have anything to spend them yet, but I do have the power of triangle. Unfortunately, they appear to only be 2D triangles and not triangle 3D, but, you know, it's something. Oops. I guess this is just a way to mark things. Me and my always wanting to not run about with my weapons. But yeah, like, for now, this is just a spammable attack, basically. We pull out a book of forbidden knowledge to shoot triangles at things. Bread stuff? You doing some baking? The shapes are... Wait. I think I just killed a butterfly by accident. The shapes, the triangles, represent the Arcanist central gimmick of building up stacks of something called crux that is then spent on other moves. Currently, we only have a move that builds crux, so we have 3 triangles because we have maxed out crux stacks instantly by spamming our first skill. Also, you might be like, why are you using daggers as a ranged class? Oh, you can also take butterfly. That is because I think I said this earlier. Well, I did, but like there's passive abilities tied to each weapon, and daggers eventually grant you crit if you're dual wielding 2 daggers. Rather, there's passive abilities tied to like dual wield, but one of them is specifically depending on the type of weapon you have, get a bonus. And crit is very important in all video games where there's crit. I just ran into a bear trap because I'm very smart. There's our dodge. You could see a triangle on the ground, or a cone. This game does have AoE markers, as video games sometimes do. Over here is armor, I guess. Oh, we can take a girdle. I don't think I picked up a belt. I honestly should just briefly take a bunch of different types of armor. Because if we equip like light armor, heavy armor, heavy armor, light armor, etc. We've learned light armor. Maybe this is useful. Maybe. And then I should also just learn heavy armor. There we are. Might as well. I might be mixing and matching armor types at some point for all I know. The eye with an icon next to it is showing that we can't see it through the outfit. And inventory space isn't exactly infinite, so might as well toss all of this other stuff. I have no idea how easy it is to get money or anything in this game. And in case you're wondering what this looks like, that's medium armor, I guess. At the moment, I prefer this outfit. So yeah. At this point, we've seen all of the basic weapon types as well. Oh, you might have missed the lightning staff. Lightning staff is very cool. So I'll shoot some stuff with lightning a bit again at some point. As I mentioned before, any builds that rely on like heavy attacks love this. It just channels for a bunch of damage and then does like a big hit at the end of the channel. It's pretty good. You can also collect all sorts of things like crafting parts, and there's crafting in this game. Yeah, I'll be focusing on dual wield probably. And by that, I mean I will not really be using my weapons too often once I get access to other stuff. I'm not sure if the dodge has any iframes or if you just need to like exit the danger zone. Having an active food buff will increase your combat effectiveness. Yeah. So I could wait a little bit and spend this skill point on getting Fate Carver. Maybe I should do that. It's also worthwhile investing in like all of the skill lines, from my understanding. So like even if I'm not going to be a tank or a healer, if I'm going to solo content, I probably want all three of those for like versatility reasons. That makes sense. Oh, I killed you with the stun by mistake. That's fine. That works out. I'm taking this butterfly. What? A mud crab? Famous creature. Killed.
Gallery is in here. Let's head inside.
You got it. Oh, and the triangles are also visible in first person. First person, unlike most Elder Scrolls games, it feels like first person is this thing that just sort of exists sometimes. And third person is the intended perspective. Like, they put a lot of effort into first person, like as I showed with the loot emote, where you can see it in first person and whatnot. But like, clearly in other ways, like these triangles, you can't accurately see how many triangles you have in first person at a glance anywhere as close to as easily as you can in third person. So I don't know if first person was the intended perspective to be using most of the time at first, but it seems like it might be now. Norianwe is upset by a crystal. What's up?
Jeffers' bones. The surge of magicka created by the portals you came through. It must have cracked this sky shard. Without a functioning sky shard, this gate remains locked, and there's no way for us to proceed. Damn.
Is there any way to fix it?
Unless you have a set of enchanting tools and a working knowledge of meteoric empowerment theory, no, there's nothing for it. We need to find a replacement.
Where can we find a replacement?
I saw one in a vault just south of here a few days ago, but it was flanked by one of the island's more powerful golems. Normally, I'd say we should search for another option, but given the circumstances, I think we have to risk it.
Alright, let's find that sky shard. Can I ask you something before we set out?
Of course. Let's not tarry too long, though.
What are sky shards?
Giant clusters of meteoric glass. They fall from Aetherius, charged with raw and very potent magicka. Mages use sky shards in all kinds of rituals and experiments. We Dureni use them as a power source.
Oh, by the way, how's the audio? I forgot to ask that. Since this is a new video game, I don't know the audio levels yet. We've seen combat and dialogue now, for a comparison. Seems good? Alright. What kind of golem did you see near the sky shard?
It's a monstrous sentinel called a gargoyle. I've never seen one fight, but by all accounts, they are far more powerful than the golems we've faced thus far.
Alright, goodbye. Oh, is there fall damage in this game? Time to find out! Yeah, there sure is! But you do a cool roll when you land. This is another opportunity to get various of equipment.
All right. Do you see that vault to the south?
Oh.
The sky shard is there.
This is not a completely instanced area. There are other players sometimes here. We just saw one. Very briefly. Reminder that this is an MMO. Why is that at 3 but not like increasing anymore? Does that just mean it's like very, very close or what? I don't know. I'll find out in a second.
There it is. The sky shard.
For every 3 sky shards you collect, you'll get a skill point.
Move. No.
Executed. I guess when they have that little sort of like aura around them, that's in like sparks and whatnot, that's an indication that they can be interrupted. A one-handed axe of frost. Huh. Well, I don't need to use daggers specifically right now, so that's probably just a straight upgrade. Didn't find anything like this before. Neat. Difficult monsters you encounter have unique health bars. The more lavish the health bar, the harder that monster will be to defeat. I love that description. The more lavish the health bar. Anyway, is this good? Is this normal? Is this what we're supposed to do when we see a sky shard?
What? Did you just absorb the energy of that shard?
Yeah.
Incredible. Not quite what I intended, but we can work with this. Let's head back to the gate.
I like how Norianwe's response is like, did you just absorb that? Sick. That's not really what I expected, but it works. Rad. Cool. Just very brief surprise, followed by, yeah, you know what, that works, that's fine. Here I go. Oh, that can be interrupted. I don't know how the enchanted weapon works in this context. Because, like, does that mean the enchantment's gonna, like, run out? Is that a thing? Or does it just do extra damage? I think it just does extra damage. Oh, there we are. Now it's at 4. Fate Carver. Cost determined by highest max resource is a very interesting gimmick of the Arcanist as well. So, like, you can go for stamina, you can go for magicka. And either one is fine. I'm actually going to put that on X and then this on Y, I think. I would like at this point to direct your attention to options. I believe it's no, it's not individuals. Gameplay? No. Maybe it is in control somewhere. General. Combat. No, that's more specific. Targeting? No. Camera? Is it in camera? No. Interface? No. Combat. It's combat options, probably. No. Well, accessibility? Oh yeah, it is accessibility. Arcanist Aim Assist, like I mentioned, has its own specific category because the beam abilities are the only thing that uses it. It starts out at maximum, I believe. I just think that's kind of funny and also kind of interesting. But yeah, now that we have 3 Crux and the beam. Beam! So yeah, that was my main reason for choosing to play as this class, because I wanted to shoot a big laser. I think that's pretty understandable. You can see that the Crux is gone now. Yeah, it's a book beam. It is, actually you're right, it is time for book learning. I didn't even think about it. But yeah, the aim assist seems pretty intense, as you would expect. So this is a pretty unique thing for this game, this new class, the whole beam. As you could see, it is channeled for a significant period of time during which, so if you dodge to keep, out of the way of something in the middle of that, you cancel it early and lose some big numbers. So it's it's fairly simple in execution concept, but also apparently in terms of risk reward and other such things, you need to know how to use it well without getting blasted. I believe every ability in the game has upgrade paths eventually, where they gain specific characteristics, and one of the characteristics for that beam does give it a shield also. So that's possible as well.
Aperture. With any luck, it'll respond to the power you absorbed and unlock the gate.
I forget what the different variations of a move are called, in terms of what they call it when a move has different variations. I do remember the one with the beam being called pragmatic though, which is funny.
Ha! You did it! Let's speak for a moment.
I did it. Pragmatic Fate Carver is what it turns into.
I'm afraid we've reached the really scary bit. The Daedric creature responsible for all these portals waits just beyond that gate. If you have any other preparations to make them now.
But yeah, this is we're already at the end of the tutorial effectively. It's been an hour, but I've been listening to all the dialogue and explaining what I know about the basics of how the game works as well. So it's been elongated a bit. But yeah, this is the new opening of the game that leads into all of the other openings. They're still there. You just have to choose which part of the thing you do first, and they're all more story prologue. And as I mentioned before, we are going to go in chronological order to the best of my ability. Anyway, do you have any advice on how to slay this thing?
Again, I'm just a scholar, but I'd encourage you to remember what we practiced before. Keep moving, strike true, and exploit any opening the creature gives you.
Something I'm noticing so far about this game's presentation as well is that there's not a lot of personality in the dialogue options. They're all very utility focused, I guess. I was gonna say utilitarian. I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but there's also a lot of things specific to injecting your character with personality, outside of the dialogue. There's literally a category of cosmetics called personality that alters your animations and whatnot. And for the record, there are many cosmetics that are available outside of microtransactions, but there are also microtransaction ones. But yeah, it's very focused on letting you imagine your own personality or something. in contrast to, say, Final Fantasy XIV's Warrior of Light having more personality in their options. It's practical or to the point, yeah. I think that's kind of interesting in a way. Like, we can imagine our own personality for Rogbesh here. I think Rogbesh is the kind of person who would learn forbidden magic entirely to shoot a laser beam. I don't know what that means about her. But yeah. Wow, okay. So, Arcanist...
Hopefully the gallery wasn't too badly damaged. Follow me.
So Arcanist does a lot of damage, I can already tell. You cannot kill what? When I tried this without having that beam on a different character, who was still an Arcanist, but I had invested in other things first, that took a lot longer. Heirloom necklace. Oh yeah. So as you can see, armor is passive abilities. But you just unlock passive abilities as you go, I guess. Except for like these, which you get through skill point. I don't think there's a limit to passives. Anyway, I was distracted by there being an exclamation point on that menu. I just wanted to do that.
Behold, the unlimited power of book learnings. Charging up. That's a charging sound. Ding, fully charged. Firing a beam in 3, 2, 1, beam.
Thank you, Callie. Yeah. Cool orc lady with a laser beam.
All the stars. Look at the central column. I had no idea it was concealing something like this. Let's get a closer look.
I mentioned it before, but I do appreciate how this game allows you to have a greater variety of like body types. And I did, part of why I've chosen to have my character have what the game considers to be large is that variety. It's nice to have variety and like whatnot. And also it's just nice that the game lets you do that.
But not as I remember it.
I just wanted to mention that again. Most of my characters accidentally ended up not having much variety in body types, so...
Their power comes from this arcane helix. Amazing.
Anyway, arcane helix.
With the helix exposed, these gates can finally reopen. Perhaps not all of them at first, but enough to reach most of Tamriel. The question for you, I suppose, is where to first?
That's a cool arcane helix, I guess. This part is very funny to me. So this is the end of the new prologue, where you then have a choice of where else to go in the game because you can do whatever content you want. This is represented by portals having key art and the appropriate theme of the expansion playing when you get close to them, which I think is very funny. It doesn't seem to be happening right there. We go. And given that it, like, when you move the camera around, the sound is like directional, it gives the impression that the music is just diegetically playing from the portals, which I think is also funny.
Can you believe this? Just look around. With this arcane helix exposed, the chamber is positively crackling with magic. The Keyrights gallery has come to life, and I finally think I know why.
Why then?
Because of you.
Oh.
Matters in Tamriel are bleak. War rages in Cyrodiil. Daedric princes conspire. Dragons ride the winds of elsewhere. The Second Era needs a savior. I believe the gallery. Perhaps even the Adamantine Tower itself. chose you.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you think I should do?
The Keyrights Gallery opened doors to every corner of Tamriel, places I suspect that desperately need a hero's aid. This choice is yours to make, but wherever you choose to go, I'm sure adventure awaits. May the stars protect you.
Complete quest.
So, have you chosen where to go? What region of the world strikes your fancy? Not everyone gets to pass instantly from one side of Tamriel to another, you know. This is quite a gift.
Are you gonna go through a door?
What, me? No, I've got work to do. The Cinderil will want every bit of this place searched and studied. Since I did the discovering, I'll probably end up leading the effort. Adventure abroad sounds all well and good, but my place is here.
Do you really think fate brought me here?
Well, fate's sort of a clumsy way to put it. No offense. Honestly, we may never know why you were chosen. But I believe there was intention here. Something, whether it be the stars, the gallery, or the tower itself, placed you here for a reason.
And what about the Daedra?
Perhaps it followed you to prevent you from reaching your... well, destiny sounds a bit too grandiose. Let's just say to stop you from reaching your potential. Then again, maybe the power of this place brought you here to stop Shayazel.
I guess we'll never know.
Probably not. But what's a life without unanswered questions, right? Boring, if you ask me.
Fair enough. So, we got some stuff. I think. This box supposedly belongs to you, though your memory of it is hazy. Its contents will help you get back on your feet. What is this about? Oh, we get some, bonus equipment, I guess? That's neat, I suppose. They've got some bonuses and stuff. Sure. When introducing oneself to High Elven royalty, it is considered proper to wear pants. Thank you, video game. And a soul gem. Okay, there is charging of weapon enchantments, apparently. That's a thing. We also got a skill point, I believe. I mean, I guess I could try using a bow or something for a bit. It has an experience gain. Probably can't hurt. And these also have experience gain. I will take this opportunity to take, well, what do we have here? Defensive rune that deals damage and applies major maim, reducing enemy damage. Also taunts. Not super interested in that, but I'll have to take it eventually. I will take the heal button. I will put it on this button. Ah, this bow glows red. I accidentally shot a beam. I still have my skill bar, even though I can't look at it right now. So, there's like 10 portals here. There's a bunch of different places we can go. 3 of them lead to starting areas for the initial game, I believe, and then like the rest of them lead to other stuff. The one we actually want to go to is Bleakrock Isle, I think. However...
That's Knarthy's Roost, a Khajiiti isle with emerging ties to the Aldmeri Dominion. Sea elves have been flexing their muscles in that part of the Topal Bay. Competing interests could lead to bloodshed. Someone like you could set things right.
You get a little summary of everything. So this is the storyline for one of the factions which we are not in, but so I don't know if I can actually do that.
Stros Mackay. It's a fascinating island with rich Dwarven and Red Guard history. Alas, it's been largely overrun by pirates. If the gallery elected to open a portal to the island, something extraordinary must be occurring there. So, ready to set out?
distant Elder Scrolls leitmotif. So this is the one we want, I think.
It appears this one leads to Bleakrock, a frigid Nord holding, north of Eastmarch. For this gate to choose such a remote location, something important must be taking place there. The gallery is beckoning you to face it. Ready to brave the cold?
As I mentioned before, the alliances are like normally... Okay, so these are in release order going in this direction, actually, going clockwise, I've noticed. These first three are base game. But yeah, as I mentioned before, there are 3 alliances, and normally there are 3 races attached to each of them, but I have something somehow that allows me to pick any race within the alliance. And I have accidentally chosen the one that is tied to Bleakrock over here. I don't know... The alliance mostly is tied to like how the base game story progresses and what side you're on in PvP, and beyond that, it's not important. You can think of it as a slightly extended, like, which starting city did you pick in 14 sort of effect. And I don't know, like, if any of them are, like, way better than the other ones or anything. But we've ended up in the one that goes to Bleakrock, so we'll get there eventually. But after the base game, there's Morrowind.
This portal leads to Vardenfell. Fascinating, given that the Dark Elves only recently opened it to outsiders. Our spies indicate there might be something wrong with the Dunmer's God King, Vivek. Anything capable of that is a threat to everyone.
So, knowers of Elder Scrolls, Morrowind and Skyrim are both locations that exist in this game. So it'll be interesting to compare those to Morrowind and Skyrim. Cyrodiil of Oblivion is also in this game, but is the PvP zone because everyone is fighting over it. And Imperials are a neutral race that doesn't inherently belong to any of the factions. Or rather, isn't inherently associated with any of the factions. Because no one belongs to any specific faction because you can switch that around. After that, High Isle.
And this door leads to High Isle in the Sisters Archipelago. Our spies believe leaders of the great alliances will gather there for a peace summit. But this will draw conspirators. They could plunge Tamriel into deeper chaos, unless you stop them.
After High Isle, Skyrim.
Western Skyrim, a cold place inhabited by colder people. They may disagree, but those Nords need fresh perspective. A group of vampires have mounted a shadow invasion. I hesitate to think on what they're planning. If anyone can stop.
If anyone can stop them, it's you. I cut that one off early by accident. Somerset Isle.
Somerset Isle, the ancestral home of all elves. Fair warning, our cousins in the Aldmeri Dominion can be a prickly bunch. But our spies indicate something is amiss at the Crystal Tower. They need an outsider's perspective. Someone like you.
I think it's very funny that there's a Crystal Tower. After that, Elsewhere.
This portal leads to Elsewhere. The home of the catfolk is well worth visiting, especially in light of recent events. Reports indicate that dragons re-emerged there. Dragons? Hard to believe, but it's true. The Khajiit could definitely use your help.
After Elsewhere, Blackwood.
Seems this portal leads to Blackwood, on the southern border of Cyrodiil. I read an intelligence report about a series of high-profile murders with links to the region. Daedric mischief, too. A warrior like you could do some real good there.
After that is the most recent one.
This door leads to the Telvanni Peninsula in eastern Morrowind. The wizards of House Telvanni are known for secrecy and intrigue. But a shadow looms over all of them. A shadow filled with emerald eyes. Be cautious, adventurer.
You can hear the most dire rendition of the Elder Scrolls theme ever made distantly. But this is the most recent thing, Necrom. the extremely dire rendition of the theme is very funny to me. Anyway, while we do technically have freedom of choice here, what I've learned is that the game does have a chronological order to the story. I've mentioned this a little bit. But what this means is that if we do stuff out of order, we'll see people who we're supposed to know who they are, or like people will be dead, and then we'll go backwards and see them alive again, and so on. So it makes sense to like approach this in chronological order, I think. The only exception to this that I've read about is that it seems like Morrowind is a fairly self-contained storyline. So if we wanted to, we could go to Vardenfell first. So like, I would either say one of these two portals, Bleakrock or Vardenfell. And in order to avoid the AFK timer, while I briefly step away, I will play a bit of the lute for you. And you can all say whether you think I should start at the beginning or start at the relatively self-contained Morrowind chapter. I'm leaning towards starting at the beginning, but I'm open to other opinions. Oh, I still have this up here. Oh, we chose Forbidden Element. That's what that was about. Seems like we're in favor of the beginning. That makes sense. Loot time is over. I think something really fascinating about the instrument emotes is that they have a very long list of options for songs. I was listening to the loot emote for like 10 minutes and just vibing. And then I got disconnected. But like during that time, I don't think I heard any repeats. I didn't mean to do that, but I did that. Whoops. Well, okay. Peaceful Turing.
We submit to your will and call forth the chains of cold.
They're performing a ritual, preparing the way for a dark anchor.
Open
you rift to oblivion.
It's worse than we thought. The plane melt has begun.
The portals reach from our side to theirs. That means there is a traitor.
Perhaps it was simply arrogance.
I don't know what's happening.
Perhaps it was all part of his grand scheme. Who can know the logic of a Daedric prince?
Claims it fulfills a prophecy in those wretched scrolls of his.
Imagine seeing your nemesis succeed where you failed.
I guess this is a preview?
Let the will of Prologue Val be denied!
This world will one day be mine.
Well, all of that's very concerning, I'm sure. Music note. I appreciate the subtitles for sound effects and whatnot. Bleakrock Village discovered. I'm over here. I don't know where this is or why I'm here. To Grandmaster sees all colors. Oh, we've also got map completion. That's a feature. I don't have a skill point. I just got some levels. Grandmaster, your invitation is kind and the promise of coin is appealing. The village could use it. Still, I must refuse your offers of membership in the Fighters Guild. Bleakrock is where I was born. Sure willing, it's where I will die. My bow and blade belong to this tiny island. Kind speed you on your mission against the Daedra. Dodge of Bleakrock. Alright. Stealing! Objects with red steel prompts are owned. Okay, so I can still steal stuff. I could steal this woodworking recipe of a stool, for example. Stolen gold is not confiscated, but may be used to pay off your bounty? Huh. So you can still steal stuff even with the stealing stuff disabled, I think. Well, okay, not that. You cannot steal this item because of the prevent stealing placed items option. Fair enough. I might have to like disable that if I ever need to steal anything. There's plenty of looking around to be done. So yeah, I'd played that tutorial before. I knew like vague stuff about, well, not really. I knew stuff about how like the game's basic systems and whatnot worked. And like 8 years ago, I may have played some of the base game intros, but that's about all I know. And I won't remember any of that, so. Bread. So at this point, I'm effectively playing it blind. Like, for real. I could steal this bird. This bird's. Hello, Captain Rana. What's up?
I'm short on good help, and I could use someone capable. Someone like you.
What's wrong?
We sighted a ship offshore. I've sent my troops to investigate. If it's the vanguard of an invasion, well, we'll need to evacuate.
Where are the villagers?
You'll find the people of Bleakrock all across the island. Darj, the hunter, went to Skyshroud Barrow. Iman's out at Orky's Hollow with his sister Rolanda. Sane, my sergeant, is out at Hosen's Folly.
I guess I'll go find them then. Started, a beginning at Bleakrock. Now, I'm not sure if this is actually the main quest. I think this is slightly something else. Ah, this is not the helpful exit. This is just a balcony. Nope. Whoa, there we go. That's fine. I have a heal for this. It's fine. So here we are in Bleakrock, I guess. I should explore Bleakrock Island and look for people who might need my help. This is a zone story. I believe what I actually want to do here is look for the docks, so.
We have to evacuate.
I believe I want to go to the main city of this faction. I did it. I did a cool jump. What am I looking for?
Aye?
Ready to arrange transport.
Are you then? Tag along in my skiff if you'd like. Though I suppose it depends where you want to go.
I don't know where I want to go, actually. ESO main cities. What are the main cities for each faction? None of these, maybe. Okay, ESO main quests. Davon's Watch is where I want to go. Okay. So yeah, this part's a little unintuitive, I guess. That's fine. This is what we're looking for. That's probably fine, right? This is the start of the original questline. This is how they do it now.
Greetings. My benefactor wishes to speak to you about a matter that could affect the fate of our world.
Okay, what do they want?
If my benefactor wished to discuss details in the open, why send a messenger? The matter is for your ears only.
That's not suspicious at all. Where can I find
The
them?
Cedrino House in Davon's Watch, between Artisans Row and the Market District. Do not tarry.
Well, okay then. Well, see you later then. Soul Shriven in Cold Harbor is the name of this quest. That's probably fine. I don't know why there are so many marks on the... on the map. I guess those are like available quests, maybe? Here we go. This person's looking at a map. Wait.
I really have nothing further
Oh,
to
okay,
tell
it's
you.
just you again.
Seek my benefactor.
Someone has a shadow dog. Well, sure. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, water. It's not even stealing. The benefactor. That seems bad. What the? And we're dead. So this part is very funny if you do this out of order, because you just get like pranked instantly and then sacrificed. So if you were like a max level character or whatever, and you waited that long to start the original main quest line, and you just got like hit in the back of the head and then sacrificed without any way to do anything about it, as a max level character who's very powerful and saved multiple parts of the world, that'd be very funny to me. But no, instead we just sort of blunder into this. And now we're in the Wailing Prison. So this is where the game normally started. Back in the day. So we're dead. And it's fine. Well, no, it's not. I will provide a warning in advance for this portion of the game. The warning is maybe not what you'd expect. It's a very specific warning. There's a celebrity cameo of a man who is an old man comedian who has lots of bad takes on the internet these days. Maybe his bad takes were less visible at the time. I don't know if the developers care that much. But John Cleese is in this game. And he's a man of many bad opinions and, like, punching down types of jokes these days. But as he is the Elder Scrolls celebrity cameo...
Are you alright?
Well, he won't be here for too long. Hello, Lyris.
I hope you've still got some fight left in you. You're going to need it.
Though I will say it is funny for, like, the celebrity cameo. Because, like, the oldest celebrity cameo I can think of is Patrick Stewart as Emperor Uriel Septim in Oblivion. And he dies, like, in 10 minutes. This celebrity cameo is technically dead before the game begins, which is funny.
Must have been the runt of the litter.
Also, you can die twice, I guess.
Keep your weapon ready and stay sharp. This place is full of surprises.
I accidentally used my beam early.
Keep moving. There are more Daedra on the way.
There used to be a combat tutorial here, but I guess not anymore, since we've already got that.
Don't stop now. Keep moving.
Oh, those
More
aren't.
guards are on the way.
I do remember this section.
Keep moving.
I did play this like 17,000 times due to Elder Scrolls making a million characters. Oh. Well.
Let's get out of here, my friend.
I won.
The Prophet.
Greetings, Vestige. Like you, I'm a prisoner in this place. You must rescue me, and I, in turn, must rescue you.
Hold a moment. Come here. We need to talk.
So there's a lot happening already, actually, I guess.
The Prophet. He's a prisoner here, too. It was very dangerous for him to speak to you, even for a moment. You must think you can help me.
Help you do what?
Break him out, of course. Believe me, I can use all the help I can get. That blind old man is the only person alive who can help us get back home. Tamriel's a long way from here.
Where do we go?
These tunnels will eventually take us to the Towers of Eyes. That's where we'll find the Sentinels.
Sentinels?
Magical constructs created by Molag Bal to guide his vision in Cold Harbor. The Sentinels are connected. If we destroy one, the others will be blinded. With any luck, that will buy us the time we need to free the Prophet.
Well, how do we destroy it then?
I've no idea. Brute force? We'll find a
Is it
way.
lasers?
We have to. Be ready for anything. I doubt Molag Bal left the Sentinels unguarded.
I have a lot of questions.
I'm sure you do. And I'll answer them as best I can.
Prophet?
He's a strange one, no doubt about it. But he's the wisest man I've ever met. He sees things. The past, the future.
Okay, and what is this place and where are we?
You're obviously not in Tamriel anymore. Think of the most miserable, depressing place you've ever been in your life. That's paradise compared to Cold Harbor. And to top it off, well, there's no easy way to say it. You're dead.
How are we having this conversation?
I don't know. Once we rescue the Prophet, he can tell you about the gods and the ways of Oblivion. I don't understand any of it myself.
Who killed me?
A man named Menemarco. His worm cult is doing some kind of ritual back in Tamriel. They sacrificed you and everyone in this prison to the Daedric Prince Molag Bal. After you died, whatever was left showed up here. They call you the Soul Shriven.
What does that mean?
It means you're a slave and you'll spend the rest of eternity here in Cold Harbor, working under the lash of the Daedra. Unless, of course, you come with me.
Are you also dead?
No, I wasn't sacrificed. The Prophet and I were brought here conventionally, if that makes any sense. But we're prisoners here, same as you.
Well, alright then.
We should keep moving.
Yeah, Daedric Plane of... Is Molag Bal the god of tyranny? Alright then. Yeet. Damn, this laser though.
Well played, friend. Arcase Beard, you are good in a fight.
I think I chose correctly with the laser.
The god of brutality knows of your escape.
Okay.
Hurry.
God of brutality, according to this game. Pretty close though. Trifling glyph of health. Armor glyph for enchanting. How to enchant. Select the appropriate apparel, navigate to the item you'd like to enchant. Fair enough. And we'll take this. Oh, this also has crit. It's just not as much as the daggers, I guess. Oh, a wheelbarrow. Oh, worms. Neat. Did I just take an entire, like, decaying corpse? That's probably fine.
The sentinels are connected. If we destroy one, the others will also be blinded for a time.
We've got all sorts of Daedra going around. I keep accidentally using the laser immediately. When I shouldn't do that.
What was your name again? Target practice?
Alright, sure. Thanks, Lyris. Good one-liner, Lyris. Thank you. Oh, we've got another Arcanist around here. Funa? I don't know what words you're saying here. Oh, you mean like funny, maybe?
The last thing we need is to get recaptured.
Is that what you're going for? Try to be inconspicuous.
Watch.
Okay. I did it.
Quickly, while he's blinded, we must get to the Prophet's cell. The Prophet's enclosure isn't far. Let's go.
You know, I guess it's probably more beneficial to have, like, to be passively gaining dagger experience than to be getting this small experience bonus, actually. So I might need to eventually, like, level up various...
You will never escape my realm.
Hermamora's wagging tongue. The door's warded. We'll never get in this way.
Well, what if I laser beam? Shucks.
Damn it. Destroying the Sentinel must have triggered these wards. We'll need to find another way in. Maybe Cadwell can help us.
Cadwell is the aforementioned celebrity cameo man.
Cadwell is the oldest of the Soul Shriven. After years of torment, Soul Shriven usually go insane and turn feral. But not Cadwell. He was already insane.
Let's try that again.
Damn it! Cadwell is the oldest of the Soul Shriven. After years of torment, Soul Shriven usually go insane and turn feral. But not Cadwell. He was already insane before he left Tamriel. Mad as a box of frogs, but completely harmless. You'll see.
Yeah, that was Elder Scrolls. How can he possibly help
Cadwell
us?
sees things as he wishes them to be. To him, Cold Harbor is a wondrous place. It's his home. And he knows it like the back of his hand. He's usually down by the river. Let's go find him.
All right. Is everybody ready for celebrity cameo of a guy of an old man with bad opinions? And I don't think the character is even that funny.
One fine day in the middle of the night, two dead kings got up to fight. Back to back they faced each other, drew their bows, and stabbed themselves.
I'm way better at playing the lute than you are.
Hello, what's this? Out for a stroll then? Lovely day for it.
You must be Cadwell.
Sir Cadwell, yes, indeed, a pleasure. And fair Lyris, good to see you, my dear. How are you then?
We need to get in the Prophet's cell. The door is sealed.
Oh dear, well that is inconvenient, isn't it? Tell you what, I happen to know another way in. Much more of a scenic route. Rather a fun little jaunt, actually, full of traps and corpses and nasty beasties filling up the bits in between.
How do we get through all that?
Rather cautiously, I expect. Watch your step, hold your nose, and do mind the traps. There'll like as not be a fair dose of running and skull bashing as well.
All right, I guess I remember the character trying to be funnier than this, but this seems like relatively normal, actually.
Follow the river. You'll find the door to the Undercroft at the water's end. Once you're inside, stick to the light, and you'll find a ladder that will take you right up to the Prophet straight away. Do give him my best.
Thanks.
Best of luck. Do check in now and again, won't you?
Tell me about yourself.
Well, there's not much to tell, is there? It's the same old pish-tosh, gallant knight, epic quests, rescued maidens. I came to this land when my head was quite unceremoniously separated from my body. Bad luck, that, but you make the best of things.
How long have you been here?
Oh, quite a long time. In fact, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if I was the oldest of the Soul Shriven. Of those who didn't go feral, that is. I know every tunnel and path, every nook and cranny. The others look up to me, I suppose.
How do you know Lyris?
Ah, Lyris. Girl's as mad as sheer Gorus jammies. Heart's in the right place, I suppose. Says she's got to rescue the Prophet to save us all from eternal torment. How an old blind man could do that is quite beyond me.
What do you know about the Prophet?
An imperial gentleman. Apparently he was once a powerful mage, but the years haven't been kind. Lyris says he knows of a path back to Tamriel. I rather think that if one existed, I'd have found it by now.
You don't think there's a way to get back home?
I hadn't actually given it much thought. Anything's possible, I suppose. Truth is, I've been here so long, this place feels like home. But a good uprising now and again is a pleasant diversion, so where's the harm, eh?
All right, bye. So the extent of Cadwell's alleged madness is that he play a funny song.
Undercroft is a delightful place. That probably means it's a death trap. We better be careful.
He play a funny song. He thinks hell is okay. He thinks people who are allegedly not mad are mad. And that's about it, I guess. Okay, fair. Anyway. A trivial door.
The sooner you get that door open, the sooner we can get out of here.
Also, you can force a lock to skip the minigame. Oh right, I don't have my bow equipped. What do you mean by the sort of writing you expect from Elder Scrolls?
More, you skeeving hawkers!
I mean, that's fair, I guess. Because this place is pretty clearly not great. Cool map, though. But, like... I don't know. Why would I ever hold left trigger to block when I can just shoot a laser beam forever? Oop. A maple shield of magicka. I don't really use magicka since I'm using stamina instead. I wonder if there is iframes on that dodge actually. Skeleton. Okay. I didn't take damage from rolling through fire, so like maybe just for like certain obstacle types. I could sell this bone for gold, but I won't. Well, that was easy.
Just ahead. Quickly now, we haven't much time.
Doesn't seem like the Prophet's having a good time.
We made it here in one piece, and the Prophet looks unharmed.
Is that unharmed?
Bad news. It's going to be up to you to keep him safe and get him back to Tamriel. I'm not going with you.
Okay, but why?
There's a trick to opening the cell. The only way for a prisoner to leave is for another living soul to take their place. I need to swap places with the Prophet.
There is no other way?
Believe me, I wish there was, but I don't see anyone else here with a beating heart, do you? If Molag Bal isn't stopped, he'll destroy everyone and everything we've ever loved.
Okay, then.
Once it's done, get moving. The Prophet will know where to go, but he'll need your eyes and your protection.
Dramatic.
Thank the divines you are safe. There is that at least. Lyra sacrificed everything that we might go free. Her sacrifice must not be in vain.
Is there any way to take her with us?
I wish that were possible, but I promise you, once we escape Cold Harbor, we will find a way to rescue her together, Vestige.
Vestige?
That is the name I have given you. You are but a trace of your former self, a soulless one, an empty vessel that longs to be filled. It is as the scrolls foretold, but not exactly as I imagined.
And why are you called the Prophet?
That is what I've come to be called. My true name is lost even to me. Years of torment have taken their toll. Quickly now, we must make haste to the anchor.
Anchor?
The anchors are Daedric machines of the darkest magic. Their chains bind our world and pull it towards Cold Harbor. I can use one of these anchors to return us to Tamriel, but you must lead me to it.
Okay.
Up the stairs, quickly. We must get to the anchor mooring.
Stairs? Oh, right, there's stairs over there. Gotcha. I keep expecting to skid to a halt, like in PSO2.
There it is. The dark anchor mooring.
PSO2 NGS, I should say. Defeat the Child of Bones. Yeah, alright.
The mortal thinks it can defy me. Futile. Soon your world will be in my chains.
Come, I will protect you.
Oh. Man, this laser though.
A moment, Vestige.
I feel like that usually took longer back in the day. That's a very slightly more HP. I'll take it. Okay, what's up?
The Dark Anchor's portal is high above us. I will prepare a spell to lift us to it. But first, you must reattune yourself to Nan in order to regain your physical form. To do this, you will need a Sky Shard.
I know what those are, but I'll ask anyway.
A shard of ethereal magicka that carries the essence of Nan. Some link them to Lorcan, the missing god of creation. If you collect and absorb its power, it should restore your corporeal form. I will summon one of these shards for you to absorb.
Okay.
Shard of Aetherius, fall upon us now and anoint us with your blessing. There, quickly, collect the Sky Shard.
Are they gonna give you a Sky Shard in every tutorial mission and explain what it is in every tutorial mission?
Great Akatosh,
Probably.
dragon god of time, I require your strength. Let the way be opened. Let these wandering souls return home. Let the will of Molag Bal be denied. Hurry! We must go now!
And that's when you're supposed to show up here.
The vestige awakens once again. Come here, we must speak. As I feared, we arrived in different locations. I am in a place with the smell of burning ash on a hot wind, and the sounds of a distant battle. It matters not. You have awakened once again, and we must set you on your path.
How long was I unconscious?
Days, weeks, I cannot tell. The voids between worlds disrupted all sense of time and space. I know only that you were deposited into the sea, and some charitable soul fished you out and brought you to dry land.
I guess since we've been in this exact room a second ago, like, I guess we could assume that Rogbash was fished out of the sea twice or something at this point by the same person. Like, god dang it, not again. Or maybe, like, the first portal just took me here and then I left and then I ended up here again. Either of those is possible. What should I do now?
I'm afraid you will have to decide that for yourself. I must focus on searching for a way to repay Lyris's bold sacrifice. I cannot simply abandon her to the wrath of Molag Bal.
When will I see you again?
I cannot foresee that, not yet. But we will meet again. There is still much we need to accomplish.
Okay.
Be wary, Vestige. Our very plane of existence is in peril. The threat of Molag Bal looms across all Tamriel, and chaos spreads in its shadow. Danger roams the land and will assume many forms. Do not let it catch you off guard.
And where should I go?
You must find your own path. But perhaps there is a reason for the place in which you find yourself. Explore, search for a cause to lend your hand. Join with others. You might even seek out those who rescued you from the sea. The choice is yours.
Okay. You acquired a Seal of Endeavor, which you can use to purchase items. Okay. So I guess now we're back to... So I guess, okay. So teleporting here from the portal zone would normally just skip that intro quest. Which is weird, because I think you do kind of need to do that to some degree. Also, we have soul magic. You can fill a soul gem, I guess. I don't know if that's useful. And I think you unlock that skill line as you do more quest stuff. So that's the rather abrupt intro. Yeah, like back when the game first released, you started in Cold Harbor. And every expansion after that, you started in that expansion's prologue, until they eventually made this prologue that allows you to pick a prologue, basically. A journal. Saw a strange light out over the water last night. I've seen the auroras do some strange things, but never anything quite like this. Corpses washed up on shore. They were dressed strangely as if they were from far-off lands. I have no idea where they came from. Tilrani said to send them on to Sovereign with honors, so we did. Holsgar found someone on the shore, shivering in the cold, but not wet, just damp where they were lying in the snow. Would have died without care. He dragged the body back to town and stuck it in one of the spare beds. Hopefully the poor soul will survive the night. Guess that's me. And I was supposed to help you.
You're the one Holsgar pulled out of the water. I'm glad you're up. I could use your help.
Okay. And what were we told to do again? Look for people who need help. You got it. So yeah, that whole intro is pretty abrupt, like both of the ones we've seen. I suppose. If you kill livestock owned by a citizen and the crime is witnessed, you'll receive a bounty. Thanks, I wasn't considering it. Don't know why you're telling me this.
Anna has no idea what she's doing. Did I ever risk your lives like this?
I need to check something. Options. Yeah, they're not tied to the rogue classes, but the rogue classes are like especially good at them and stuff. Okay. Do I have to equip a mount then?
We have to evacuate. Rana has no idea what she's doing. Did I ever risk
I have
your lives like
2
this?
horses. Regular horse and horse made of mushrooms. You are allowed to be annoyed at kill happy gamers. That's true. Do I have any other mounts? No. Horse. Oh. Horse gone. Instant horse dismissal. And I think the other one is from pre-ordering Necrom, I think.
We have to evacuate. Rana has no idea what she's doing. Did I ever risk your lives like this?
What does this horse look like? Weird. Weird mushroom horse. I'll just use a regular horse, I think. I don't know if I really need a horse that badly, but, you know. I just wanted to make sure I had and understood the option. So I guess all these marks on the compass are just people who need our help. I have decided to charge towards this one, arbitrarily. I say you can do stuff in the game in any order, but I think there are some degree of, like, level requirements for some things? Maybe? I'm not actually sure. I will just go this way and see what happens. As is the nature of Elder Scrolls. There's nothing here. I don't know what this is pointing at. Well, guess I'll go over here instead. You have something?
My husband, Galund, went fishing yesterday morning. He never came home. I went looking for him this morning with my dog, and now my dog has wandered off.
You're not having very good luck today.
No, I'm not. The last place I saw Rex's was near our mill, just north of here. Take this whistle. Use it when you get over there. I'll wait here in case he comes home.
I will look for your dog and husband. Use dog whistle. Oh, what's this? Oh, my name. That's a name burned on the side of a jar. Okay. It's insisting on giving me bows. Though I also did get medium armor. That sounds gross, but that's fine. Oh, I have a skill point. I should spend that, maybe. If I can. A ward that retaliates and consumes crux to heal. I see. And then this would be healing beam. I see. Ah. Dog. Rexus bounces back and forth under your hand. He looks like he wants you to follow. Dog has been pet. Where do you want to go, Rexus? I don't know why it's telling me to dodge. It is still kind of weird to see other people running around in an Elder Scrolls setting. That's another player just lockpicking next to this corpse. Or not corpse.
My boat sank off the coast in a storm. It was unnatural. I saw colors I've never seen before. I drifted for hours on a plank. I thought I was dead.
You're going to be fine.
Just give me a second, and I'll head back home. I'll lean on Rexus when I get tired. Halmera will be worried sick. Thank you.
I gotta level up and some money. Hooray. That's not the right button. Item set. Ah, and there's the orc skill line. So, skill, like race skills do matter. They're all passives. You have one that increases experience gain with like a skill line and does something else. It's not too important. But like the orc ones are an increase in max stamina, an increase in max health, and when you deal damage, you heal, and increase in weapon and spell damage, reduce cost of sprint, and faster sprint. These are all pretty good. They're not like the best ever, but they're all pretty good. I'll invest in passives, why not? I've already got plenty of pretty good skills. That'll probably be good when I get there. I don't know exactly what I want from the other things. I guess it's advising me to take certain things. Oh, there's passives here too. I should have noticed those. Critical damage and critical healing when you use Crux. That's pretty good. Oh, can I morph stuff already? Oh, ability morph available for 1 skill point. Okay. So that's how that works. Once you get a certain level, you can morph the ability. Probably need to get that at some point. Ah, I've got a horse stamina meter. That is separate from my own stamina meter. I don't know what the deal is with this quest marker that's not attached to anything, but I'll go to the other ones instead. Horse recovers stamina quickly. Eh? I guess I can do this. I don't have access to any crafting abilities, but they do exist. Probably no reason to fight random wolves either. This doesn't feel faster than running on foot. But it might be. Oh. What's up? I see. Can I help you with something?
I can understand you. Oh my, I'm not a skeever.
Are you supposed to be?
No. Follow me. I'll show you.
Okay. Is this normal? I'm already getting distracted by side quests, so this is Elder Scrolls. Wand? A carved Daedric symbol on its base.
Oh, thank Kine! You have it!
Can you explain what's going on?
My friends and I were out hunting in the woods when a mad mage ran up and began throwing spells at us. I think he only nicked me. He dropped that wand in the snow as he left.
What does it do?
I don't know how spells work. I tried picking up the wand, but it wouldn't let me. I think it does the spell, or undoes it. Look, my friends are Falta, Brend, and Runzenwild. They're skeevers now. Please find them and use the wand to fix them.
Okay. I'll do my best. Runestone? What is that? It's a rune that I can't understand. Neat. Okay. Sure. Also, there's swimming, I guess. Whoop. Are there just like quest NPCs that aren't appearing or something? What's happening here? Exactly. According to the compass, Runzenwild should be right here. There's a bear. I was under the impression that Elder Scrolls Online was a lot less glitchy than regular Elder Scrolls, from what I remembered. Perhaps this is incorrect. We'll try logging in again, because there's been 2 characters that haven't shown up when they should. I played this a fair amount back in 2015 and remember none of it. So, I don't know. Well, yeah, so quest NPCs not showing up. If an NPC you need to interact with in the Elder Scrolls Online appears invisible, you should perform a soft reset of the game. To perform a soft reset, completely exit the game and the ESO launcher. Wait 15 minutes before logging into the game again. Wow. That's what Bethesda officially says. Well. Good first impression of a game I've technically played for 60 hours, but, you know, still. Well. It says to wait for 15 minutes. But should I? What's happening is that NPCs are not appearing. And the official Bethesda solution to this is close the game, restart everything, but also wait for 15 minutes before logging back into the server. So I guess instead of waiting for 15 minutes, I will try again instantly. Boo-doo-boo, says the computer twice. That's the noise that means you're trying to play Elder Scrolls. It's actually a noise that means I have to allow Visual C++ to make changes to the computer or something like that. That person was mad. As in angry. About something. The curse of the Elder Scrolls is that the NPC is now not even marked as existing in this location. Oh, no, they're still gone. Well, I'm looking at the compass. Look, if you look at the top of the screen, save runs in wild. I'm walking forward. It now indicates that I am in the correct location to see the NPC by being blue. There is nothing here. If I walk forward a little bit more, well, there's nothing. Oh, well, there you are. Maybe I was just expecting them to be at the exact location, and they weren't.
Thank you.
Ta-da! I did it. Maybe they're just in the general location, but there was another NPC who definitely didn't show up. Unless that's just a thing that's gonna keep happening, is everyone's in a general location. Well, we solved it in one way or another. If that's just a quirk of the game, it's something I'll have to get used to. What's that? That person's name is Complains in Dungeons. That's pretty good. Way shrines are fast and inexpensive way to travel. Okay. Fast travel point discovered. It did I mined the ore. It's not Elder Scrolls unless you climb up a mountain that you shouldn't. But this game might not be as tolerant of such an action compared to Skyrim, maybe. We've confirmed that this game is not the same as Skyrim. I'm probably wasting a lot of inventory space by picking up stuff like that. Here I go. I don't know why I'm compelled to say that whenever I'm running quickly in a video game. Okay, people are here now. Poof.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And here's a spider. It's dead now. Oh, there's many of them. I see. Just like Skyrim, you can look at things or inadvisably consume things to learn alchemical traits. Got it.
Praise Sithis. Traveler, please, the poison's chill is getting to me. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
What happened?
I came out here with 3 of my Fighters Guild comrades. We heard rumors of dangerous creatures in the cave. Then we found spiders. Argonians are resistant to poison. That's the only reason I got away.
What do you need me to do?
Save my crew. If I know spiders, my comrades are already in cocoons. Find Tethys, Nair, and Hunson Shadow. Set them free.
I'll do what I can.
We should be able to get them out before they're a meal for spiders. We shouldn't have come here. I should have listened to the Guildmaster.
What do you mean?
We're used to taking contracts as they come. We pick our own jobs. The Guildmaster, though, she wanted us to go hunt Daedra. If only we had followed orders.
I don't know, it sounds like it could be worse than spiders, but what do I know? Yeah, my light and heavy attacks are already, like, doing notably worse damage than my actual skills. So this is a very skill-focused character. And that's fine. Ah, the chat is visible in the game. So let's see, what can I do about this? Someone in the video game chat is commenting as how they're playing as an Argonian, listening to Argonian music on YouTube, whatever that means, and being high, and how that's the life. And shout outs to them, but should probably install a chat cover of some kind. So let me see here. Shadowbringers won temporarily. Argonians have YouTube? And getting high? Is that what you're telling me? That's accurate to Argonians? I don't think they have YouTube, if I had to guess. I see. Temporary ESO chat cover deployed. Kalpa? Iron Mace of Shock. Oh, right. I could be using that axe, and also this mace. An age before this one, okay. Many Arcanists are everywhere because that's the new class, so... I guess since I don't use my weapons for attacking, just like bonuses to damage aren't that important, but still. Ow. Oh, this way. There we are. I did a...
My comrades have returned. I erect the spine of gratitude. You are a hero today.
Weird phrase, but okay.
May your scales stay moist.
Also a weird phrase.
By the way, we're not heading back to the village. We have our own boat, and we're getting off this cursed rock. If you're ever in Davin's watch, you should consider joining the guild. I'd put in a good word for you.
Okay. Is that horse HP or my HP, I wonder?
Did she fall asleep and watch again?
Oh. What the heck's happening around here? Bandits, that's what. So many bandits, in fact. I love how quickly they fall over when killed. Lead, Ruby Dragon Skull. Allows you to scry for the Ruby Dragon Skull antiquity. Huh. Alright. Neat. And a health shield. I don't know what that... I know sort of what that means, but I don't really know what that means. What? What? This might not be a great place to stay around. It feels like they might have like scaled the damage and whatnot up to some degree. Because I think people took longer to be killed before. Probably. But everyone's being destroyed by this beam very quickly, so... Is there anything of value to be found here? The Frost Edge pillagers are hereby engaged to find relics of power in Hosen's folly and bring them to General Seiren. Payment to be dependent upon the nature of what is found. Down payment in gold has been offered and accepted. Be sure to warn your scouts. The cultists used an old Nord tome as their worship space. Those hairy bastards love to set traps in their burial mounds. You alright? Bonk. There's so many infinite bandits.
Mind yourself. There are bandits about.
I know.
That's refreshing. Most days it's just Rana and me against the world. We have some work to do. That cursed ship is the least of our worries. Bandits are plundering the mine, looking for artifacts.
I guess this is where I was supposed to be. Level up.
They're alert, looking for something. Had to kill the one behind me before he warned the others. How are you at subterfuge? I'll stay here and keep an eye on these bandits. You take the uniform from our friend here. Get down among the shacks and see what's going on.
Okay.
Grab some gear from our friend here. His kit will help you slip into the mine unnoticed.
By the way, there's disguises as a feature of this game. Experience point bonus. Okay. I should upgrade rune blades. Writhing or escalating. Increased critical chance for each active crux, or increased damage in the last rune deals damage in an area. Well, the game recommends escalating. I guess I'll try that. Frost Edge Bandit Disguise. It is important to note that some enemies are able to see through disguises. If you engage in combat, your disguise will be destroyed. I see. Oh, I never opened these. Or looked at this. The work at Hosen's goes slowly. Capture any villagers you find and bring them to camp. You can trade them for food. Oh, gross. I have to stop some local bandits. So that's like a bonus quest from an item, I guess. Okay. I'm investigating. I already read that. In fact, I'm investigating, but without violence. This time. Everyone else is mostly just doing violence. Tiny cracks cover the surface of this rune word. It may have once thrummed with magical energy, but it's now dark. Upon further inspections, you see a small note attached to its base. Rogutter, keep this runestone out of the mine. If you bring it near the unspeakable sigil, the portal closes. Then we're cut off from the relics. That means we don't get paid. If you don't understand, I'll start breaking fingers until you do. I'll take that runestone, I guess. I wonder at what point there is like a cohesive main story. But I guess Elder Scrolls is often about just sort of wandering around and doing whatever. This old tome is the perfect place to practice our craft. No one will venture down here past the mine. The offerings are complete. The Lady of Nightmares has opened the way. We've been given our own small pocket of the sacred realm. Construction begins tonight to create a suitable temple in her honor. Once the temple is complete, we expect the realm will expand soon. The unspeakable sigil's consecration went just as we'd hoped. My son will live forever at her side. Scamps, the smallest of her children, are appearing in the temple and deep in the mine. This can only be a sign of her love and favor. However, I'd expected our pocket of oblivion to be twice the size it is now. Is the lady displeased with us? Some of us have hatched a plan to sacrifice more of the faithful. Surely that will capture her attention and earn our just reward. That seems bad. Oh. Well, there goes my disguise. Okay. So you can get more disguises. Nobody Pay attention to my suspicious triangles. Oh no. It's fine.
Get lost.
The boss wants me to check on the rail. Oh.
Get lost. What? Who in oblivion are you? Get out of here before I gut you like a trout.
Okay. Well, there's one right here, so it's fine. Hello, and welcome. I'm learning about the Elder Scrolls Online. Oh wow, an advertisement for a guild in the chat. It's just like other MMOs. The boss wants me to check on the relics we already found.
Quick, come inside. We've almost made it past the scamps. I heard them say the portal is just beyond.
Thanks. Well, it's not exactly Skyrim Online. There's more to it than that.
Who are you? Please don't hurt me. Guards! Intruder!
Well done to that guy. There's a bit more to it. There's laser beams. I guess I'll take it disguise in case I need one. Oh, the UI? Yeah, that's just Elder Scrolls UI. That's just what it'd be. Oh, I hadn't tried shooting lasers and whatnot in first person yet. I don't know what I expected. I already feel like I've gotten a decent understanding of how the combat works. I'm not playing a super complicated character setup. I shoot lasers. I build up triangles and then I spend triangles to shoot a big laser. And it sure is a big laser. I don't remember enemies dying this quickly when I tried this 8 years ago, but I don't remember a lot from 8 years ago, to be fair. You made me waste my crux. That's rude of you. I've seen like one person who's not an Arcanist. It is the new class, I guess. I guess I can see what you mean. I remember other Elder Scrolls having like the same kind of aesthetic though. I'm just obliterating everything pretty effectively. I could have more stamina instead of more health. Why not? I don't think I need health. Yeah, I also have spells of heal and triangle too, but it makes people mad at me. Okay, you can dodge through those, I think. Yeah, you can just dodge through that stuff, I guess. I did bypass the fire traps. Use the portal to enter Oblivion. Surprise, it's actually Oblivion Online. This is the original base game story that we've started so far. Oh. Sometimes I accidentally use the beam before powering it up, but it's fine. It's weird to see other people in the plane of Oblivion. This is also the smallest pocket of Oblivion possible, isn't it? I remember this. I don't think that's how you destroyed it before. I don't think you just poked it. Well, that's fine then. Whoop. Hey, what's up?
So, what did you find out?
The bandits were contracted by the Daggerfall Covenant to steal a Daedric artifact. The Oblivion Realm textures were pizza. Huh.
A Covenant contract? I smell a distraction. That ship we spotted might be the start of an invasion. We've got to get back to the village. Orc-loving Covenant cowards.
Hey! I'm an orc, fuck you. I understand that I accidentally joined the wrong faction that orcs are not normally part of, but still, fuck you! That's very rude. But what now?
You found the evidence. The Covenant sent these bandits, and that means trouble. I'll head back and warn Captain Rana. You'll need to find as many missing people as possible.
Alright. Learn about guilds. Also, get a bunch of potions. Okay. I leveled up. Woo. The clapping is very silly to me. I can't upgrade this yet. I don't know when I can. Sure. I guess I could morph that to something. And this at some point. Ah, someone trying to sell gold in the area chat. It's just like all other MMOs again. What was that knife that I got though? Was that any good? Yes, it's way better. Whoops. Whoops. I didn't mean to. I'm trying to get rid of it. I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to delete it. Okay, it's fine. Also, one of those bandits said every man has his price minus 5 gold, which is kind of funny. Anyway, back to random side quests where I'm saving people from being turned into rats or whatever. That guy's dead. Time for horse. No? It was a no horse area of being next to a tree. Wait, there was like a sky shard or something I didn't get, I think. Maybe I should get that. I will probably never have a significant amount of gil in Final Fantasy XIV. I spend it too quickly. Aw, shucks. I was hoping you could run people over with a horse, but you can be destroyed from your horse instead. Why am I moving so fast? Oh, I have no stamina. What's happening? A staff of shock. That's fine. I think being dismounted got rid of all my stamina. I guess that's true, but I need money to buy things, is all. Why are they all dropping the Maple Ice Staff of Shock? That's so specific. I guess maybe it's not. So if being thrown off of your horse removes all of your stamina, then maybe it's just not worth using a horse. There we go. I absorbed the power. I did it. Sucra's apartment has reached 100 out of 100 possible furniture items, which I consider to be an achievement rather than running out of space. And it is pretty cramped, but in a cozy way. Slime chances. I forgot about that aspect of Maple's story. Boop.
Thank you.
Nice, like, tilting into place on the terrain there. By the way, if anything looks janky, keep in mind that this is the first part of the game from, like, early times. But also keep in mind that this is Elder Scrolls. I think online is a little bit less janky generally. Also, I was probably out of stamina due to sprinting everywhere, now that I think about it. But... alright, I wasn't done burning things. I didn't even start burning things, in fact. I'm already getting distracted from distractions. Does stamina recover while I'm not running? Yeah, it does. I thought I had to, like, stop moving entirely for a moment. I'm not really in a hurry. I'm just compelled to move fast. There's a difference. Sometimes I think about MapleStory and I go look at the list of classes that exists in MapleStory, and I remember that MapleStory is completely ridiculous now. A lot of the classes are just like named after, like, a lot of the classes have names you'd expect from classes, but a lot of them are also just like characters with regular names. And it sort of surprises me every time. Sometimes I also think about Spiral Knights and how depressing that game is. Barbecue pork ribs is the name of this character. I don't think there's someone named Richard, but there is at least one name as mundane as that. Or like as normal. Where am I going exactly? Oh, they're all the way over here. This is how you know it's not Skyrim. Never mind, it is Skyrim, actually. Nope. It's only a little bit Skyrim. Okay, this game is like... This game is at like a 20% Skyrim rating. The Skyrimness of a game can be measured by how much you can climb a mountain when you're not supposed to. Especially with a horse. This is my opinion. Also, it's very funny that you can just instantly dehorse. That was very unnecessary. Kamehameha. Exactly. You know, fair enough. Is that guy like a boss fight or something? Technically?
You're not one of the bandits. Help me! They got me in the forest. We were gathering firewood. Dedring, my brother, tried to fight. They split his skull with an axe. I thought I was a dead man until you arrived. Shore's bones. Thank you. I'd like to kill every one of those bandits, but I'm no fighter. I'm glad you are. Kill a few for Dedring. I'll buy you a drink back at the village.
No thanks, but thanks, I guess. By the way, for those who weren't here when I was explaining as much as I knew about the game at the start, this takes place about 1200 years before Skyrim. And is the first Elder Scrolls game in the timeline, chronologically. I feel like that might be a bit of important information to have, maybe, potentially. I keep accidentally firing the laser before building my triangles. Because I just like to press the laser button. Also, I put it on the most pressable button. So really, I guess that's, you know... Okay, what's your deal?
Something has to be done about these undead. The dead walk at Sky Shroud. There's an evil power radiating from within the shrine, but the door is locked. In the Skald's tales, every dragon shrine had a priest. If we could speak with Sky Shroud's priest, he could tell us how to get in. If Shore is willing, yes.
I guess I forgot to be reading the dialogue choices.
To burn as an offering. The Bone Men got me before I could try
The Bone Men.
You might have better luck. What do you say?
I'll try a ritual.
I hope you have better luck at the shrine than I did. Watch yourself in
I love rituals. Are there any triangles in this one? What can you tell me about the barrow?
The barrow has been here for as long as anyone can remember. Legends say a cult of dragon worshippers built it, as well as the shrines like it on the mainland.
No one's ever tried to get in?
Some folks have, mostly youngsters. Until recently, this place was haunted by dust and the occasional frostbite spider. Now,
Skeletons rise from their graves. Something has changed.
I would like to remind everyone at this point, again, especially if you weren't here, that one of the classes... Okay, bye. One of the classes you can play as in this game is the Necromancer. And, Necromancy is not well liked in the world of Elder Scrolls. And in fact, if anyone witnesses your necromancy in a town, it is considered a crime, because this game does have crime in it. There is a crime system. You can steal, you can be told to stop right there, criminal scum. All two parts of crime are here. It's very funny that the necromancer skills are labeled in red text with "this is a criminal act" for a bunch of them. Amusingly enough, the Arcanist, who deals with the forbidden magics of Hermaeus Mora, none of that's crime. It's fine, don't worry about it. Skeletal warrior.
This is illegal, you know.
That's true. Well, I mean, no, what I'm doing is perfectly fine. There are no problems here. No problems at all. Rogbesh is just reading books that shoot lasers. It's fine. You can now purchase an ultimate ability on one of your skill lines. Okay. I suppose that's probable. I don't have a skill point, but I'm guessing Herald of the... Yeah, I can get the Unblinking Eye. Tear open the fabric of the Orbis to summon a scion of Hermaeus Mora. This being casts forth a beam that rends asunder reality for 6 seconds and deals 2227 magic damage, etc. I don't know why I decided to read that like that, but it was fun. Summon the Dragon Priest. That sounds fine. Let's do that. Hey, what's up?
Maggot, you dare summon me?
Yeah. What's up? How can I enter the barrow?
Can you comprehend the power I once had? Why should I help you with anything?
Princess under, yeah, video games. Someone has desecrated your shrine.
Yes, I can sense them. Some worm defiled this place. You are now my will incarnate, mortal. Enter the barrow and kill this worm.
Okay.
You need to ask? But once everyone knew the ritual. 3 rune stones unlock the door. They're placed in prominent positions around the shrine. Find them and put them on their pedestals around the door. Then you'll gain entrance. Now go.
I like to imagine that, like, Rogbesh here is weirdly enthusiastic about everything. Especially when it involves questionable magic. I guess in a way I've invented another character that is... They like books a lot. This keeps happening. Except these books shoot lasers, and Sucro's books just shoot knowledge directly into the mind when you read them, because that's how books work. This part is very Skyrim, it would seem. What I'm doing here. I say I'm not in a hurry, but I seem to be just, like, trying to obliterate things very quickly for no reason. Other than I can. Oh, hey. Crafting stations. Visit crafting stations. I might. Choose one. Well, I guess that one. I could upgrade. I could get my ultimate, but I could also upgrade Fate Carver. Exhausting or pragmatic. Applies a snare to damaged enemies. Consuming Crux also increases the duration and snare strength. Or, gain a damage shield while channeling and immunity to interrupts. Consuming Crux also reduce the cost. I think pragmatic Fate Carver is... Both of these are probably good choice, but I'm gonna go with the defensive one for right now. I think I can probably change this later in some way. Oh, I have alchemy over here, I guess. Allows the alchemist to use natural water and grease. Yay. Wow, there's so many. Actually, you know, the zone chat just doesn't disappear. I was gonna say there's so many people selling golds. No, it's just one. Here I go. I keep saying that. Snake. I don't entirely know how alchemy works, but you can still, like, consume resources to learn what they do, which is the classic. I assume it makes like healing potions and buff potions and whatnot, but they're more like normally, they're more normal or something. Oh, hey. I'm gonna take this bug, I guess, and this one. What's this bug mean? I don't know, but it's gone now. And I get a skill point. That's the horse button. That's the wrong one. That's fine. Now I'll get the unblinking eye. Are you sure you want to purchase the unblinking eye? This costs 1 skill point. Ultimate abilities require ultimate. You gain ultimate by engaging in combat. Once you have enough ultimate, you can use your ultimate. Ultimate. What was I doing? I'm summoning the unblinking eye. It's not doing a great job at its job, I see. That's fair, I guess. Oh. Another lead for an antiquity. I don't know where those are in my inventory. Oh, there they are. In your Antiquities Codex, you can see all the antiquities you can currently scry for. To begin scrying, find it in the scribble section. Press A. Requires the Antiquarian's Eye and the scrying skill line of acquirable in Solitude. Okay. But, This is the system for finding unique items. You collect, it's like a scavenger hunt for cool, very powerful sometimes, like, items with unique effects. Before I realized everything was in chronological order, I was tempted to go to High Isle as quickly as possible, because my understanding is that there is a mythic item there which is of great interest to me specifically. Aha. Neat. But I realize now that I would also have to unlock scrying and whatnot. I'll get everything eventually if I keep playing the game. But, like, to give you an example of how mythic items work, you see how there's like a skill bar when I'm in combat and all that. And at some point you get a second skill bar, which allows you to swap your entire equipment set to a second one. And like that includes a bunch of like different bonuses and whatnot. There is a mythic item that's like, hey, what if you couldn't swap equipment sets, but in exchange you got every buff in the game forever? Wouldn't that be sick? And I'm like, yeah, make my gameplay simpler in exchange for giving me everything, please. Whale. There's also a mythic item that's like 20% of all damage you do in any way is absorbed as health, but nobody else can heal you. So some of them have like really game-changing stuff like that, and I think that's neat. I guess this is the damage shield I've been told about. Creature. It's weird seeing a bunch of other players in an Elder Scrolls game still. Yep, this sure is barrow.elderscrolls. WAD? I don't know. You know, the format that Elder Scrolls maps use. Books! Nerevar, Moon and Star. This is a selection from a series of monographs by various Imperial scholars on Ashlander legends. Guess what? We've still got Elder Scrolls books. I don't really need to read all of this, probably. I will anyway. In ancient days, the Deep Elves and a great host of Outlanders from the west came to steal the land of the Dunmer. In that time, Nerevar was the great Khan and war leader of the House People, but he honored the ancient spirits and the tribal law and became as one of us. So when Nerevar pledged upon his great ring of the ancestors one clan under Moon and Star, to honor the ways of the spirits and rights of the land, all the tribes joined the House People to fight a great battle at Red Mountain. Though many Dunmer tribesmen and housemen died at Red Mountain, the Dwemer were defeated and their evil magics destroyed, and the Outlanders driven from the land. But after this great victory, the power-hungry Khans of the great houses slew Nerevar in secret, and setting themselves up as gods, neglected Nerevar's promises to the tribes. But it is said that Nerevar will come again with his ring, and cast down the false gods, and by the power of his ring will make good his promises to the tribes to honor the spirits and drive the outsiders from the land. It just occurred to me that since this is 1200 years before Morrowind, it might be weird when some books show, or 1200 years before Skyrim, it might be weird if some books show up.
I stand once more at the seat of my power. I am a specter, a mere shade, forced to watch as a necromancer defiles my body. Kill him.
Okay. If there are any books that are like, I don't know.
You'll never defeat the Covenant.
I might defeat the Covenant. I defeated the Covenant. Mundus Stone effects. What? Hey! MMO!
You'll never defeat the Covenant.
Oh, it's because someone else is here. I defeated the Covenant.
You'll never defeat.
Oh no! You'll never defeat the Covenant. I defeated the Covenant.
You have fulfilled your purpose. Well done, Worm.
Fair enough. Oh. Scroll of Banishment. Severin Charnas, the vile practice of necromancy is forbidden within the Lion Guard. You are hereby banished from Covenant domains. You could be a necromancer doing this quest right now and just be like whistling, I guess, innocently. I just wanted to do a roll for no reason. You know how it is, maybe. There's so many people here.
The undead are gone. What did you do?
Kill. I found evidence of a necromancer working with the Covenant.
The Covenant here? Troll's blood, I have to warn the village. I'll head back. See if you can find any of the other villages on the island. We may have to evacuate soon.
Shield. I won't use this. I'm secret. I'm not secret, but the skeleton doesn't care. I guess. That's fair. Interesting traveling animation.
They're alive, and they're not furry anymore.
I'm glad I could help.
I don't know what we'd have done, living out the rest of our lives as cheese-eating rodents. Ugh. If I ever find that mage, I'm going to show him what it means to be vermin.
Enjoy your bread. Thanks for the 57 gold. So there might be other missing villagers somewhere, I guess. Ah, there's one over there. Cannot kill bird. It was important to figure this out. Horses dissolve in water just like Yoshi. Okay. Mudcrab detected. Mudcrab destroyed. Eliminated. I guess I got all of the... Ooh, a pie. I guess I got all of the, that pie was not stealing. That pie was completely free. I guess I got all the sky shards in Bleakrock or something.
So did my brother. Now he's gone.
He's missing?
Aymond is inside this cave, somewhere. The Frozen Man does all sorts of things to people who enter his domain. I can't leave Aymond in there. Since father died and mother left, he's all I have.
Whomst?
No one knows. He takes people who enter Orki's Hollow. Now he's taken my brother. I should stop sharpening this blade. You must go inside. I just can't.
I'll solve this mystery.
Man, old Rory. He went in. When the soldiers dragged him out, he was missing all his bones. I'll give you until my fire burns out. Then I'm coming in after you.
How long has this cave been haunted?
About 10 years ago. There was a collapse somewhere inside. After that, people started disappearing. As long as I can remember, the cave's been forbidden. Captain Rana lectures us every time someone goes in to prove how brave they are.
Forbidden? Just like my laser beams. I have a notification. Product available. Oh, what? What is that? Is like finding all of those means I can automatically find them on every other character or something? Interesting. I don't know if that costs money. If this was Skyrim, you'd be able to take these pickaxes. But it's not. Ice cave? Ice cave where you might be able to platform? Oh, indeed. But is there a reason? Not really. I think I went forward too much. There's a bear.
This one's frozen. Is it someone you know? Guess who I am, and I might let him go.
I don't really know him that much, but I'll solve your riddle. You're the Frozen Man. I did it. Stuff dies instantly, even if I haven't got any triangles. Pathetic.
Keep walking. There couldn't possibly be traps.
Immediately goes into stealth mode. That's not a, that's a bear. That's different.
You'll make a lovely squirrel. So inquisitive.
What does that mean? That's an ambush bear. It's different. This rune, now shattered and unusable, is a type used exclusively by mages. Its complexity indicates the vast amount of power it once held.
How rude! Digging through my things. What manners?
You told me to find clues. Campfire's been here for a day or two. The remains in the pit are cold. Okay. I wonder if the game saying I was detected is because other players could see me. Rather than any enemies seeing me. That bear died. I need to find more hints before I talk to the frozen man. You might be onto something. Bleakrock is as cold as they told us. Is this going to be one of those Elder Scrolls journals that like devolves into someone saying the same word over and over again that I love so much? Bleakrock is as cold as they told us it would be. I can't believe people live here. I'll steal their secrets as quickly as I can, then I'll return to the warmth of the woods. We have most of the information we need. The Queen will be pleased. We'll leave tomorrow. I can't wait to thaw out my toes. I've been unconscious. How long was I out? The last thing I remember was the cave-in. Was it the pact? Did they find us? Everyone else is dead, even Oriel. He fell in battle. I won't leave him to rot. Ever since the cave-in, magic gives me a headache. I can't dig out. There's too much rock. The only thing to eat is roots. What am I going to do? It's similar to one of those classic Elder Scrolls journals. The roots are poisonous. Worse, I think they're hallucinogenic. I'm seeing my dead friends, Arawe, Tarak, even Oriel. What's happened to my mind? The squirrels are the problem. They caused the cave-in. They're in league with the shiny stones. I'll get them. I found Arawe, a greedy squirrel hatter. She turned into a candelabra. The squirrel's gone now, and she's back with me. I missed her. There's so many more to collect. Greedy squirrels tried to take my friends. I made them into icicles. It's normal. It's fine. It's very Elder Scrolls. Every time I think about anything developed by Bethesda or adjacent to Bethesda or like Elder Scrolls or anything, I always expect...
Look up, greedy squirrel. See something shiny? Don't break your neck.
I expect the funny journal of someone losing their sanity, and by the end, it's silly. Okay, that's what the platforming is for. Dented helm. Dented beyond repair, bears the sigil of the Aldmeri Dominion.
Astounding. You've accomplished the impossible, leaping small rocks.
Thanks. Thanks, the frozen man. I did it. I killed a bear and leveled up. Oh, another one of these. That's the horse button. Oh. Deals oblivion damage. Okay. I guess that's a damage type. Dungeon Finder. That's a property of this game, I guess. What do I want now? I could get ultimate heal. A glyph that you can heal, which grows stronger the more you heal, and then it gives you buffs? Weird. There's also a gibbering shield, which is probably fine as well. What does this evolve into? Converts into a stamina ability and deals physical damage. Reduce your target's armor and gain armor. Heal yourself and apply minor lifesteal. Oh, okay, hold on. So what does this do right now? Taunts. Generates crux. Reduces damage. And it still does those things, I think. Okay, but what does this evolve into? Heals for an additional amount over time. Healing low health targets grants them ultimate. Interesting. Or I could get a shield, which is probably honestly more useful than a taunt debuff. Except that consumes crux. Unless it evolves to not. It looks cool.
Leave that be. That's private.
I already read it. Right, I gotta...
What have you thought, clever squirrel? Do you have a guess?
Dives.
No. Digging away, puffy little cheeks. What have you found?
You're a spy from the Aldmeri Dominion.
A spy, am I? But why? Oh my, you're a smart one. Whatever will I do with you?
I guessed who you are, let Eamon go.
That's no fun. Join me inside. We'll play a game of shells. Win, and you get Eamon. Lose, and you'll be my newest squirrel.
If you insist, I guess.
Here I am, or am I here? Guess wrong, and you're mine, my dear.
So that's what you mean by a game of shells? Find the real frozen men. There's 4 of you. 3 are dancing, 1 is not. 1 is laughing. What if you're none of those? No, I guess you're one of those. Well, only one of you is markedly different in some way.
No fair! Don't talk to me. I'm a shrub.
Let Eamon go.
Your soul is missing. Want mine? It's black and gooey.
Nope.
No. We're having old friends for supper. Drink some roots. Stay with us. You'll be safe here.
What?
The stones! The shiny ones! They're pretty until you turn your back, and then, whoosh! Skulls implode, bones shatter.
Talking about a cave-in?
This is my safest place. My friends are here. Don't take them.
Swant Aemon.
Want. Greedy squirrels. We wanted to leave here, but then... shiny stones. I ate them after. They were cold. They hurt my teeth.
What about this rune?
It gives me headaches, and it tastes like sawdust. Go on, you eat it.
Aemon will die.
People don't die. They change shape, like Arroway. She's a candlestick. She's bright as the stars. And Tarak? He's never been happier.
Well, time to threaten violence.
The shiny stones did that. The roots, the water, Oriel's 3 toes. I tried to save him, but his head wouldn't stop leaking. Now he's a milk jug.
If Arroway's a candle and Oriel's a milk jug, that makes you a bear trap, doesn't it? What does that mean?
So?
So nobody wants to be caught in a bear trap, not even squirrels.
That's the first thing you've said that makes any sense. Fine, take Aemon. Just leave my friends alone, and don't blame me if the shiny stones get you.
Yeah, alright, sure, okay, bye. Elder Scrolls! Ow. Elder Scrolls! Oof. That's the wrong button. I meant that one.
What happened? Did you see those Covenant soldiers?
What?
I saw a group of them exploring the cave. They laughed at me, hanging in the ice. Then, the frozen man got them.
Well, let's get out of here.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Let's get out of here. I can't believe I immediately found the traditional Elder Scrolls wacky person who has lost their sanity, haha, funny man.
Raleigh,
like,
you came to save me.
Not counting Cadwell.
You're lucky I came at all. Where did you find him?
The frozen man had him. He's all right now, though.
Kind gift. We'll head back to the village right now. Rana's going to flay his full hide. I can't properly repay you, but please, take this. It was our mother's.
Thanks for the bone splinter, I guess.
We're going, dumb ox.
You should have seen it, Raleigh. That cave is incredible.
Don't call me Raleigh.
This is a set item. I see. It gives you a shield and has a bonus to ultimate, and I don't really need to have 2 daggers right now, so I guess why not? Anyone else to find around here? I don't see any markers indicating other people. Apparently there's a bunch of other way shrines and whatnot I can just go to. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You can just travel across the whole world, I suppose. Like if I wanted to, I could be like, okay, time to go to Skyrim now, I guess. So the world's pretty big, I guess. Like, all we've seen so far is this tiny, tiny island, for the most part. Okay, there's also a bunch of different planes that are separate from Tamriel. There's the Deadlands, Fargrave, Clockwork City, Cold Harbor, Apocrypha, and Artaeum. We even get a whole map of these, like, immediately. Looks pretty dead. Ah, the shambles. You can unlock this area with an ESO Plus membership. That's right, I don't have everything. I don't see an indication of any other quests existing, but it still says, it's still phrasing this as evacuating early. Interesting. Well. Seems like a good time to be right back. So it's loot time. Loot time is over. Hello, welcome back to me, I guess. I'm curious. Those of you who are watching, what do you think of this so far? I think I'm enjoying it. I seem to be weirdly energized and I don't know why. I feel like it's a little bit scattered at the moment, but I'm very curious to see where it goes. So I think it might be worth playing more of this. Like streaming more of it and whatnot. That's my opinion so far. It's telling me to find other villagers, but I don't know what they mean by that. Because I don't imagine that there could be anywhere.
Welcome to trouble. Our little Captain Rana doesn't know what she's doing.
Okay, bye.
Everyone's accounted for. No one gets left behind. Everyone stay calm. We've done all this before.
I don't see any indication in terms of quest markers that there is anyone else to find. So, you know. Someone's mad at the air. You cannot fall down the well. That's fair. I suppose I could try that. I was just sort of assuming I would be pointed in the direction of NPCs with relevant information. But perhaps I won't be.
I can't believe this. First bandits, now the Covenant. I wish Deadring was here.
These are the people I found so
I
far.
would have thought those milk drinkers would leave their cozy taverns to come down here. I'll have to get this wound seen to then. I'm going to need my sword arm.
I'm glad you're awake. When Hosgard brought you in, everyone thought for sure you'd die.
Are you a blacksmith?
Huh? Do I look like one? I'm glad you have to ask. I'm just Maisa's apprentice, so far anyway. She's been teaching me for about a year now.
What do you think about it?
Ah, yes. We start with a lump of metal and end up with something useful. Horseshoes and nails and swords and what's not. I hear there are other kinds of crafters on the mainland, but I'd never be anything but a smith.
Why not?
Have you seen the size of Maisa's arms? Hosgar says she once punched out a mammoth. Smithing is a great way to let out frustration, especially after Otagar comes over.
I see. Who's that?
He's a fisherman. Fisher lad. He stops by every day to see me. He's always making dirty comments. Someday, my dad's going to hurt him.
I'll shoot a laser at that guy for you if you want. That sounds like a laser type of situation.
No one gets left behind. Everyone stay calm. We've done all this before.
Maybe I'll actually talk
Welcome
to you.
to trouble.
What is this place?
Bleakrock Island. I was in command for years until Captain Rana took over. Now we sit on our hands while she dithers and frets.
Did you see battle?
I repelled an Altmeri Dominion scouting party once, and we've had bandits and raiders aplenty. I handled every emergency, but Captain Rana won't listen to a word I say.
What's the disagreement about?
Lighting the watchtower. When we spot a ship, we're supposed to send a signal. We spotted one, but Rana's delaying. She wants proof it's not a merchant, so she sent our only boat after the ship. It's loaded with the garrison's troops. Foolish girl.
Are we in danger?
We spotted a ship offshore. I think it's the Daggerfall Covenant. They've claimed lands to the northwest across the High Rock and Hammerfell. It might be a scout, but I still...
I think that's the alliance I'm supposed to be part of. Where did you find me?
Ulsgar the miller found you along the shore. He was certain you were going to die, but he dragged you back to town just the same.
What can you tell me about the island?
Bleakrock.
Okay, you already told me that. She dithering about... Okay. All information acquired, I guess.
Good to see you again, mate.
Have we met?
You were unconscious at the time. I found you by the shore and brought you back to town. Marthor's been clucking over you since. So, what happened to you? Shipwreck?
I don't think you'd believe me if I told you. Or, I was in oblivion. Molag Bal stole my soul. I'm imagining my character just saying this cheerfully, like it's not a big deal.
You seem spry for a soulless corpse. What does that mean? We don't need our souls? Ah, stout always gets me philosophical. I should stick to mead.
Unexpected response. What do you think I should do?
I should know. Follow your heart and keep off the skooma, I suppose. Seriously, I'd get your soul back. I bet it's important. Our caravel can take you to the mainland if it comes back.
What do you mean?
Some hours ago, the garrison spotted a ship sailing east. That young dark elf, Captain Rana, loaded up most of the troops in the caravel and sent them to take a look.
Hasn't been seen since?
That ship's a wallowing merchantman, not a warship. Like as not, they're all in the teeth of the ocean now. Which leaves this a fort without a garrison. No good comes of that, I says.
Are you a miller?
I'm the miller. The big windmill yonder? Mine. Not that I often have work. Nothing much grows here. Every month or so, we load our caravel with fish and trade them for grain in solitude.
Hello.
It's not efficient to mill it here, but it is cheap.
Hi, Isa. I love you too. What's up?
Some hours ago, the garrison spotted a ship sailing east.
No fighting or spitting.
Any other information to obtain in this town? Welcome to Awake. I'm supposed to be solving problems, and we are not in Elsewhere. We are on Bleakrock Isle. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any NPCs with any information, so I might just tell Captain Rana to evacuate early then. Not Somerset Isle. Bleakrock Isle. It's approximately there, if that means anything to you whatsoever. We are near, well, here's Vardenfell. And also here's, I guess we're near Morrowind and East March. And Cyrodiil's over here, etc. Skyrim's over here. Yeah, Bleakrock. We're approaching this story in release order because there is a chronological, like, development. Or, like, there's chronological order to events. So it seemed reasonable to start at the beginning. So far it seems pretty fun, but also like pretty scattered and like not super understandable. I don't know. But this is like the beginning of the game. Oh, a log. I've been exiled. I'm commanding a garrison of stinking Nords, and you can't find this place on a map. Everyone is so racism in this game. If Sain hadn't come with me, I'd be the only dark elf on the island. She gave up so much to be here. I can never repay her loyalty. I'm determined to not let this bleak rock break me. Tilrani still acts as if I just got here. My time with the villagers when I was in command of the garrison means nothing to her. I will make her understand Bleakrock is my home now, no mistakes. The lights in the sky have caused a panic in town. We all know that there are powers at work in Nirn. Most of these folk haven't so much as spoken with a mage. How can they understand something like mystical nights in the sky? In the wake of the lights, strange corpses floated ashore. Tilrani instructed some of the men to burn the corpses right there on the beach. I asked her to wait and let me check with Windhelm first. She refused. Damn that woman, I've ordered the garrison to be on guard. Something's in the air. Holzgauer found someone alive along the beach. He claimed the castaway wasn't wet. How could someone float ashore without getting wet? Snowborn can get stuffed. I'm writing a letter to headquarters. They need to weigh in on this. Last night I had a dream about our castaway. If Tilrani heard I was having strange dreams, she'd have Denskar lock me in his barn. In the dream, the newcomer stood in front of me and beckoned me forward. I felt compelled to advance as if it was important somehow. I don't know what it means, but I need to talk to the newcomer, assuming the poor stranger ever wakes up. Our man in the tower sighted a ship on the horizon. Couldn't make out the flag. Tilrani is furious, says we need to evacuate. That's the kind of thinking that got me here in the first place. I put Hronton in charge of the men and sent them out on the boat. Sane and I will handle the situation here on the island. Whatever happens, we need to proceed carefully. We need a measured response. Anyway.
I'll prepare the town for evacuation. Find as many people as you can and send them back here.
Can I ask you a few questions?
I'll answer what I can. Captain Tilrani's got the villagers thinking I'm an addled netch, but I'm actually a bit smarter than that.
How'd you end up here?
Posted to this backwater, you mean? I made a hasty decision. A bad call. Soldiers died. I learned my lesson. Now I don't act without proof.
What's Tilrani have against you?
I took her job. You might have heard her yelling about that in the square. It's petty, but what can I do? Every time I've reached out to her, she's slapped my hand.
Well, I can't find anyone else,
I'll prepare
so...
the town for evacuation. Find as many... Are you sure about this? Anyone we haven't found will be left behind. You're right. We can't wait any longer.
Shrug.
Vivek preserve us all. The Covenant is here. They've taken the signal fire, and we need to warn the mainland. I need you to carve a path through them and light it. The beacon stands atop the tower just outside town.
Where are you going to be?
I'm going to rally the villagers and get them ready to go. Find Tilrani when you're done at the tower. She'll hold the way open. She knows where to go.
Alright.
Get that fire lit. We'll be ready to go when you get back.
Heavy armor that reduces the cost of rolling and sprinting. Sure. And gives me more health. I don't need to be too concerned about what armor types I'm wearing at the moment, probably. Not this. Oh yeah, I think when you look at your map, other people can actually see you looking at your map. Oh, hello. It's kind of funny that I accidentally picked the wrong faction, so I'll probably end up, like, fighting the faction that I was supposed to be a part of, like, by default. We've already had people, like, insult someone else by calling them an orc lover in front of me while I'm an orc. So, like, you know... Yeah, a little bit. Very rude. Also extremely, like, intro of Skyrim tower here. It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric. Sort of tower. I did it. Whoop. A radish. Oh, I thought I could read this, but actually it was just there was a radish there that I could pick up. That's fair. Sometimes there's just a radish you can take. I keep using the wrong buttons. Aha! A shortcut. Sounds of yelling. Combat. Not a shortcut. Oh.
Too many. There were just too many of them.
I lit the signal fire. What happened?
The Covenant is here. They set fire to the village.
Citation needed.
Narald and I tried to protect the Earth-Turner family and the rest of the farmers.
Where are they?
Denskar headed to the bunkhouse. Ira tried to take shelter in my home. Then the soldiers set fires, laughing. Please, you have to get water. Save our people. I came to warn you, but the troops, they caught up to me.
How can I help?
You can't.
Oh.
Don't come back for me. Just get Ira, Denskar, Litrecht, and Trinhild. I didn't see where they went. Rana's at the old tomb. Tell her, I forgive her.
Okay, the village is a little bit on fire. I don't really need the citation anymore. Fuck it.
The soldiers chased me in here. I thought I might burn alive.
Run.
I can make it. Thank you.
I guess I only needed one bucket of water.
The soldiers are everywhere. Where's Tilrani? I thought I'd be safe with her.
Run to the tomb.
Bet she's there now. I'll see her there. Thank you.
It's probably fine to take shelter in a tomb. In a place where there are also, like, undead. Maybe.
I just couldn't help it. I ran. I'm sorry.
You're going to be safe. Quickly, run to the tomb.
Kind, protect me. Thank you. I'll go.
The triangles are my class mechanic. I build 3 triangles with some attacks and spend them with another. Or with other attacks. And the more triangles I spend, the more powerful the attacks that spend triangles are. Like this. The laser spins triangle. The triangles are called crux. Technically. But they're triangles.
Pirani told us to run. I thought of the water and all those calm days in the surf. What was I thinking?
Your family's gathering at the tomb. Quick!
Yes, my family. I should go to them. Here I go.
Hey, I'm the one who keeps saying here I go when I'm running for no reason. You can't also do that. Talk to Rana.
Welcome back. The villagers you rallied are ready to move.
And then we've done everything we can.
I just wish we could have done more. Well then, are you ready to get off this rock?
Yep.
You and I are going to lead the way through the tomb. The locals call it Last Rest. Darsh and Sane are going to bring up the rear. We'll make sure everyone keeps moving.
Sure we can make our way through?
Tribunal willing. I've studied a map of the tomb's layout, but I never dared to enter. This place is old. The original inhabitants of Bleakrock rest inside, and not quietly.
Alright, let's go! But first, I have to level up. Wait, nope, that's the horse button. Other button. Oh, I got another horse. Horse 2. Okay, so you can automatically group with other people. That's fair. I'm glad that this game has that feature, I guess. Yeah! The level up celebration is so funny. Applauding. It's 3 skill points, huh? Form a secret soldier within your mind. Okay. This is probably the one from this that I want more than anything. When you are restored magicka or stamina. Does that happen? Armor steal or life steal. Maybe that one. You have unlocked a new horse. Regular horse 2. That's fine. All right, set items collection. My inventory is almost full. I don't think I've encountered any way to sell anything yet. That's a lot of spikes. Oh, you're right there.
Two switches will shut these traps off. We need to hit them at the same time. Get the one on the far wall. I'll hit mine when you do.
Okay. I did it.
Darj, bring them through. So many dead because of me. I don't know if I'll be able to live with myself after this.
Villagers need you to lead them to safety.
They need a leader, but they're stuck with me.
Where do we go from here?
I need you to unlock a door deeper inside the tomb. That door will have stones with flower symbols upon it. Head through the door behind me. I'll see you soon.
Well, okay then.
This way.
I don't remember if I ever started with this faction, because this doesn't feel familiar, like this whole scenario that we're doing. Granted, it was also like 8 years ago when I played the game anyway.
We're almost out. I'll unlock the door at the bottom of the stairs. In the next room, there's another switch I'll need you to trigger.
Okay. Books. Oh. This is talking about how all races can mate with each other, I guess. Also, something about the ruins. Not that you can really read any of this stuff with all the undead happening around here.
I'll meet you on the other side of that door.
Something about Dwemer ruins. Can't really read this, there's too many skeletons. That skeleton had 9 gold.
The cove should be just beyond this door. I'll go on ahead. Wait for the rest of them here.
Okay. I'm glad the dog escaped.
I hate being afraid.
Probably.
Our shellback friend here will get us to safety. He's a hero of the Pact. And for what I've promised to pay him, he'd better be.
Where are we going?
I fear the Covenant would intercept us if we went straight for Darvin's Watch. So we're going to make for Dalmora, a small town down the coast. Are you ready to go?
Okay. So I guess we see a little bit of Morrowind anyway. I think. Before the Morrowind part proper, we see a little bit of Morrowind.
We're here. The villagers are safe for the moment. But the Covenant's still coming. We've got to get word to Darvin's Watch.
What do we do now?
We sprint. If we act quickly, we might be able to alert Darvin's Watch before the Covenant ships arrive. You ready?
Okay.
Go to the watchtower, just past the village of Dalmora. Tell the soldiers there to light the signal fires along the coast. The fires will warn Darvin's Watch that war is upon them.
Where are you going?
I'm going to rally folks here and in Dalmora. Get the battle ready mustered. Send the non-combatants to safety with Darj. Now hurry. The fate of Darvin's Watch depends on you.
Okay.
Get to the watchtower as soon as you can. There's just no time.
Well, you say there's no time, so I guess I won't ask you any questions. Oh, right, I have a horse. Oh, there's a side quest, though.
I've lost my family. I don't know what I'll do.
Your family's missing?
There were scary noises in the fields. Some of my Gwar ran away. I'm worried about them. But I can't leave the Gwar who stayed behind. They're too frightened.
Oh, so the Gwar herd is your family.
Of course. Gwar are noble creatures, and they're hard workers. You've got to find them. Here, take some stinkweed. It's their favorite food. Their stomachs will lead them home. Home to me.
I'll do my best.
Thank you so much. My poor children. I don't know if I could go on without them.
I could ask why you treat them like family, but that just seems rude. So I won't. Housing. So there's player housing. I guess this is a preview of a small player housing that's available. It is called Humble Mud. It is humble. Seemingly. Oh, right, I have a horse. I accidentally immediately destroyed my horse. Or exited horse mode. Oh no. Oh, that's not...
I curse the word dagger. I'd show these dryskins, had I one of my own.
What's going on?
Covenant scouts are burning the fields. We were working the crops and they started killing. Please. There are others with me out here. Batuus, Vudilal, and Noluaza.
I'll find them. Many side quests are occurring. Ah. I was told there's not much time, but there are so many side quests in the way. Last time I used that, it didn't actually do anything effective, so I wanted to use it again. So many people are going to be Arcanists. I guess there's nothing wrong with being the same character class as everyone else in the area, for the most part, but it is very noticeable. And it is the new one, so of course everyone's that. The scenery around here is cool.
A moment, please. No one else will listen. I have an idea that could help turn the tide against the Covenant.
What's your idea?
Balfoyan doesn't have much of a militia to defend it, but we do have Netch. Netch bulls are usually docile, but when they think their herd is threatened, they're fearsome.
Okay.
That's right. When a Betty or Netchling feels threatened, it secretes a kind of oil that provokes a bull's rage. I collected some oil and coated these sterile Netch eggs with it. Throw them at the daggers. The Netch bulls should attack them.
Sounds like a fun prank. A fun prank of violence. Why am I being told to go in here? Is one of the guars in this fort somehow? Seems to be. Anything else around here? So maybe here's another question. How much of this... I mean, I don't know how much of this game I can do like off stream without losing some of the story at this point. So maybe the answer to how much of this should I play this off stream at all is probably not, unless I make a second character or something. Cats. They meowed simultaneously. This game is good. Hey, I might play the whole damn MMO. I don't know yet.
Dunmer is cursed.
I'm the sort of person who might commit to streaming 3 entire MMOs. Maybe. I've gotten through a lot of Final Fantasy XIV on stream. Roll. Ow. I think in a way this would get me to like stream more. And I do want to do that.
Callie, Dolly was missing you. Thank you for bringing my family back together.
Callie? Callie?
Meow.
I just wanted to make Callie say meow. Did I get them all?
You did, Gua friend. They're all back. Palehide is already ruling the roost. Where would they be without me? I'll get them fed
I miss
and ready
Dolly
to carry
too.
our things. My Gua were lost and now they're found. Thank you, sun on my scales.
I've cleared the way. Get back to town.
I'll meet you back in Dalmora. My thanks.
Go safely.
My Gua were lost and now they're...
But yeah, 14, I guess Final Fantasy 14 is pretty special to me. Egg! Wow. Fucking killed. Okay. Yeah, that was more effective than I expected. 14 is pretty special to me, but I am very curious about this game and like where it goes. Currently it feels kind of like scattered and disorganized a bit, but this is like the first part of the game that was made. Like I don't really have a good grasp on what the story is at this time. We were killed, but we're not really doing much about that in particular at the moment. Whoop. Yeah. Just in time. We were killed and our soul was stolen by Molag Bal, and we need to do something about that. Yeah, that's the story first, right? Leisure Domain. I learned crime? Did I learn crime? I did. Increases the number of fence interactions you can use each day by 120%. Wait. Okay. I have uncovered the ability to crime. What's going on in here?
I bring an urgent message from Rhea Opacarius, Chief Oracle of the Twilight Queen Azura.
What do they want?
Best discuss that with Rhea. Too many eyes and ears here. She awaits you in the Cloudy Dregs Inn in Wayrest.
Okay. The Missing Prophecy. That's, I believe, the start of the Morrowind questline, like Morrowind expansion questline proper. I think. Ah, right. I recognize the quest name a little. I wonder if I were like, by the time I got to like end game or whatever, or at least later in the game, if I would see a significant decrease in the number of Arcanists or not.
So hey, if you're being a criminal, can you steal me some fish? I'm hungry.
Just download a fish. No problem. That's what being digital is all about. Question mark. Egg. Egg. I guess Callie's not... I guess we're not really digital. We're a ghost and a robot who are on the internet. But, you know.
I would never download a fish. I'm still waiting on my car to install.
You know, that's fair. I'll get you some fish later, Callie. Egg. Seems like an effective strategy. Oh no. Dang it. I'm trying to crime. Ow. Oh, I healed someone else by mistake. Oh, they unlocked the chests. Level 14, huh? Alright. So there are level requirements on some things. Hello.
You don't wear the lion crest. Please, help.
Can you make it back to town?
With your aid, Moist One. My thanks.
I get that you're like a lizard and all, but I don't want to be called moist particularly. I get that you have like dry skin. Anyway.
Please, my scales are slick. Don't send me to Sithis.
Path to town should be clear.
I'll dance on the water, thank you.
Yeah, alright. I don't know why I'm killing this individual, but I am. Laser. At this point, I'm wondering, like, Hermaeus Mora's Daedric Plane of Knowledge Apocrypha or whatever. They've shown pictures of what it looks like in this game, and there's like twisted spires of books like arcing throughout the land with pages fluttering about them and what snake. Hold on. I've located a friend. Snake. Anyway, so like twisted spires of books, etc.
The Covenant is everywhere.
Can you make it back to town?
I think so. Thank you. I'll see you down the river.
Go. At this point, I'm starting to wonder, how many of those books are about triangles and lasers? I mean, there's also like eyeballs and tentacles somewhere in the moveset, but like, how many of those are like geometry related? Lasers are a well-known shape. They also count as geography. I mean geometry. Lasers can also be geography if you want though. Hermaeus Mora loves triangles, is what I'm saying.
So, how did it go?
Your idea worked great.
Excellent, yes? I'll let the commanders here know of our success. I hope we'll see each other again. Stay moist.
I won't. I will avoid becoming a dry bones, but that's about it. Talk to the survivors. Oh. Oh wait, that's nothing. Well, what if that's just what Hermaeus Mora is saying, and they really actually are all about triangles and lasers? I mean, I guess maybe I stole a book from Apocrypha and it was the one about triangles and lasers that has like 1 million copies that everyone else also has. Twilight Matriarch? Oh, you must be a sorcerer, and that must be a summon.
I wish I could feel safe in town, but with the Covenant in Balfoyan, nowhere is safe.
Did you all make it back safely-ish?
We did, thanks to you. We are forever in your debt. We will think of you always in our passage down the river.
Oh, I understand, like, conceptually, that Hermaeus Mora is the god of knowledge, memory, and knowing things is his entire deal and all that. I'm just wondering why triangles and lasers are my entire moveset currently. And I just think it's funny to imagine that Hermaeus Mora simply really likes triangles and lasers. Regardless of whether or not that's true. Quest complete. I suppose that's possibly fair. I mean, I played Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim to some degree, but I don't think I ever interacted with Hermaeus Mora in those games. So, like, from personal experience, I can only assume lasers. But... oh no. This man's throat has been cut as if taken in a surprise attack. There's also tentacles somewhere. I just don't have those yet. This week has been routine. Ship sightings are the usual craft going to the west arm of the inner city or crossing to Vivek City. Still not quite used to seeing Nord ships coming down from Windhelm. Oh, and no more Tilvani vessels, not that I missed them. We put in an order for kindle pitch powder with Quartermaster Urona at Fort Zarin. Davin's watch knows to disregard any errant flames that don't look like the colored fire created by the powder. Unfortunately, the new recruit hasn't been told about the procedure. From time to time, we light the fires as a test. The Davin's watch guards always reply correctly. Chest is empty, all the supplies are gone. If I were to look at my skill menu... yeah, tentacles are here. And drench enemies in abyssal ink, which is probably fine. There's also etch a series of runes onto your weapon that pulse with power. Each pulse enhances your abilities, and striking an enemy deals an additional magic damage and generates crux. That's fair, that's true. You fight like a few of them, but not that many. Summon a flawed rune under an enemy that etches foes nearby with scrawled glyphs, dealing magic damage. And an ally near the target can activate the Rune Break synergy. Interesting. Then we also have Soldier of Apocrypha. We can forge armor. We can cast a rune giving armor and protection and stuff. An incomprehensible rune on your enemy's mind, paralyzing them with fear, is also a thing. That seems more of like a Hermaeus Mora type thing to do than laser, maybe. We've also got healing laser, because of course why not? When I say because of course why not, what I actually mean is because every class in this game has to have damage, tanking, and healing options. Carve the runes of the blind man to call forth spinning mystical discs, granting you a shield. I see. Prefer your reticle target or low health targets without shields. Interesting. Draw forth your tome and invoke the Vigoratum of Hermaeus Mora. Whatever that means. Standing in this vortex grants you and your allies a bunch of buffs. So there's also that. Breach the world walls to create a portal. Okay, you can teleport. Neat. And then also the ultimates are like more lasers. Or scary shield of tentacles. So there's really not that many tentacles either, I guess, actually. There's only a little bit of that. Anyway. Anyway, actually, it's been 4 hours and 48 minutes and 57 seconds of recording time. 4 hours, 49 minutes now, etc. Been streaming for a little while. We've made some progress somewhere. Something is happening, allegedly. Maybe this would be a good time to call it for now. In the middle of nowhere where I am. Well, I'm in a watchtower location or whatever. Maybe that's enough for today. But I feel like this is a game that's pretty interesting and I'd like to stream more of it so far. So, like, I don't think I want to do a lot off camera, but we'll see. I'm just a little tired, so don't want to keep going too much. Crates, though. So, yeah. I guess, well, this has been Elder Scroll. I'll take a screenshot. I really like the loot emote, though. I'll just have Rogbash playing the loot in every video thumbnail or something. That's fine. So, this has been The Elder Scrolls Online. Trying it out. Making a little bit of progress. Firing a lot of lasers. We're somewhere nearby Morrowind. Our soul's been stolen, but we're not really caring about that at the moment because we're just trying to help people out. They're under attack by opposing armies, and we're just kind of doing stuff, I guess. Story's not really in focus at the moment. But yeah. So thank you all for watching. If you're interested in any various social media or donation links, they are at the usual place of borealrobin.card.co. It would also be very helpful if you would consider following or subscribing if you're not already doing those things. But of course, none of that is absolutely necessary. All of that said, I don't know, people are crouching in front of me as I play the loot now. All that said, there's a whole bunch of stuff I need to stream and I don't know exactly when I'll stream it. So I'll just not try and define what's happening next and when, and instead say, have a good night, everybody. Have a good rest of your day, etc. And I'll see you when the next stream arrives. Likely Monday, possibly another day before that even. There's so many things, but we'll see. Good night.